I ought not to have. I ought not to have. See, those are the sorts of sentences that the caption software really doesn't like. I ought not to have. Although, to be fair, I would probably confuse some native English speakers with that one. Too many contractions, you know? How would I even type that out? It's like... ought... not to have... It's not that bad. Hey, towel's in space. Welcome. Well, I've got a towel not in space. I've got a towel on the Earth because my hair's wet. How are you doing? Okay. Time for the rated games. Let's win some. Let's gain some elo. Okay, watch. Watch this free elo. That counts? Oh, it does count. Oh, so space is in like space-time space. So it's like just by, you know, existing, the towel is in space. Yeah? Well, no, but that's a way of thinking also. Well, I mean, I was trying to make it make sense. I get an A for effort. Yeah, that the captions couldn't do that one at all. Okay, I need to slow down my speech. A5, that's very optimistic. Okay, so this is like a classical setup. Okay, so the correct answer is the cup is all the way full because it's full half with air, half with water. But what did your girlfriend answer? Knowing that. Yeah, no. Hmm. Hmm. You know what? That makes sense. That's also one of the correct answers. I don't care. I'm not remotely worried. Do you know how... I mean, come on. It's Twitch chat. I've heard way worse. Okay, so this is like a standard Dutch sort of position. I don't think my opponent knows what the plan is, though. And so I'm not sure what he's playing for, so I'm just going to say, okay, what's your plan, buddy? And play very normal moves and see how he responds. Because he's not quite playing it like you would play a Stonewall, but he's also not playing it like you play a Classical, and he's also not playing it like you'd play a Leningrad. He's really like playing at like a middle point between a number of different Dutches. Yeah, he's doing a weird mix. Which in the Dutch, last I checked, is usually bad unless white does something really goofy. But this, while not a mainline setup, is a rational setup that gets white a decent game. I mean, white's not really claiming an advantage here, but last I checked, it was pretty close though. You play solid, you're good? Oh yeah. No, but this setup's fine against the Dutch because it's a little unambitious, but you still do have ideas and theoretical ways of progressing and gaining the advantage. So it's unambitious, but not passive, you know? Because, like, there are c5 ideas, there are knight b5 ideas, you know? Sometimes you can even somehow get e4 to work. Meanwhile, it's not as obvious for black what to do. Oh, well, that's interesting. Okay, so I'm assuming that the plan is after takes to go some weird knight takes d4 nonsense. Huh. So do I allow that? So if I take... But see, the problem with that is if we go for that line, because like takes, knight takes, either queen takes or rook takes, it doesn't matter. Then the problem is that he gets both an open A file and free reign to play e5. So that's probably bad for us. Hello, Callum. How are you doing this fine evening? Now the question is, do I go to c2? Is knight b4 something we care about? I don't think so. That knight doesn't look very good on that square. I'll go to c2. This feels like it's a weakness. Dude, how about you? I'm chilling. Having a very relaxed Saturday, which is nice. I have a class, college class on Saturdays normally, but it's every other week. So this is my off week for my Saturday class, which is nice. Please repeat. Okay, in this line, if I play knight takes a4, I believe his move is knight takes d4, tempoing my queen and also threatening to take here with check, which would be bad, obviously. And so, because of that, I would have to take his knight. And because I would have to take his knight, well, what would result from that is he could take my knight with either queen or rook. And so, the issue with that is, in that position, he has an open A file for his pieces, and he has the ability to play e5. So black's game gets significantly easier to play, and I don't really get any meaningful compensation for it. Because I have to take here with pawn to prevent e5, and it's not their turn. This is the position. I was going back here and I was explaining to Towels what was going on. Totally missed that. Thank you for explaining. No problem whatsoever. I missed a4 as a move because I missed that knight d4 was a threat. I am shocked that the stream went on this long with no one redeeming first. It's absolutely a skill issue. So bishop d8 prevents knight b5, or doesn't prevent it but mitigates it, but it's so passive. I guess he's trying for e5. That must be the plan. Yeah, that's the plan. Okay, so if he's trying for e5, that seemed a little desperate. How do I punish that? I mean, I mentioned before e4 being a move. E4 might be a move in this position. Ladies and gentlemen of the chat. Yeah, no, that's the best lawyers to look at. E4 might be a move here. E4... You have a little bit of a headache? Ugh. Do you know why, or is it just like a random, my body hurts, and I don't know why. It hates me for some reason. Resources, recommendations for learning the Dutch. I have the Gotham course. I'm enjoying it, but I also got it because my little brother likes the Gotham courses, so we kind of share it. Like, he uses it sometimes, I use it sometimes. And I'd say it's pretty good, but I'm feeling that I'm going to need some more deeper prep sooner. It's deep, but it doesn't fully address some very difficult lines. So I don't have any crazy amazing thing that I would recommend off the top of my head. Your Honor, may I call the jury, chat? Yeah, of course. Yeah, asking me to explain the position is never a problem. I'm more than happy to. That's why I'm, streaming chess. Probably on Lead Chess? Yeah. Again, you can learn openings yourself. You just find Grandmaster talking about it on YouTube. You find a Grandmaster talking about it on YouTube. You do some engine work to see what the computer says. And then, finally, you play it a bunch. So the cute thing is if he plays knight b4, I actually have queen d2. Ooh. Okay, I saw that, but I thought it was bad. Like, I was like, okay, but he can't play f4. I know f4 is a typical idea in the Dutch, but I think it's different in this position since I get knight d5. Usually I don't have the d5 square for my knight. And this seems like more of a weakness than anything else. I can play like queen c3, and I'm not sure what he does. Because if I take this, then this falls immediately. Yeah. See, I know this is a very normal plan, but this is not the sort of position where that plan is expected. This is just really painful to deal with. And if he takes it, then I take with c, and he's got even more problems. Yeah, no, I disagree with this. And I have control over the open file. His bishops are both depressed. Maybe I'm wrong here. I've been wrong before, but aesthetically, this position just looks so good to me. The only problem is that neither one of my bishops are super duper happy. They're both fine, but neither one of them are just, like, loving life, you know? In the cheese caves, because according to sources, most of the cheese there is mild cheddar, which is kind of disappointing. Oh, that's ridiculous. That's the most American thing I've ever heard in my life. You have 1.2 billion pounds of cheese, and you make all of it boring cheese. I swear. Squiggly octopus. Was that satisfactory? I think that was good. 1.4 billion. Sorry, I couldn't remember if it was 1.2 or 1.4. Ooh, he wants me dead. Imagine. That's stupid. I probably shouldn't do that. I mean, I could, like, just play King H1. Is that stupid? I guess he's threatening to take this. Ah, no, wait, that's annoying. I missed that. Oh, the Knight H4 might actually be the move. Baiting him to take and then playing, like, Bishop D3 and, like, double dog daring him to do something with his life. Oh, that's actually very annoying. Or, I can do this now, let him take, and then play Knight H5, Knight H4. Knight H4, Queen F4. Is Queen F4 a move? Queen F4 looks like a move. This bishop's not on E2 anymore. Oh yeah, we're absolutely on the cheese still. It's not every day you get a topic like that. Toaster. No, go for it. No, it's not a bother. Usually what happens is you can use your turn for me to analyze the game instead of playing a game with you. And so that's often the... That's not often, but it's a thing that people do somewhat frequently. If I go here and he goes queen takes and I play bishop d3, what's his next move? The queen's trapped. Is it not? Am I stupid? He's not actually threatening to take that pawn. Because he doesn't have a knight check afterward. Oh, he has this, but that doesn't do anything. I play rook takes. Yeah, no, he's not threatening anything. E4, C6, D4, D5, E5, bishop F5, F4. I think F4 is like a weird sideline. What if we kissed in the federal cheese caves? I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It goes hard. He's not threatening anything. And if I play bishop D3 next move, I'm totally chilling. Or this and then like a F3 or something. Queen H6. Is he trying to just take here or something? That's incredibly... I don't even know what that is. Is it optimistic? Is it aggressive? Opt-aggressive? Maybe he's going for like a knight G4? That would make sense too. What scares me is that I can't see anything that's good for him. So I feel like I'm hallucinating. Am I missing some big scary tactic? Why can't I just like play something simple? Yeah, no, F4 is a sideline. Evidently he doesn't know the sideline that well, or you didn't play into theory. Maybe you accidentally played a really weird move that he wasn't prepared for. I've had that happen a lot. When I'm playing my opponent, and they play a move, and I'm like, what is that? And then I spend like an hour thinking about it, and I ask him after the game, and I'm like, what on earth is that? And I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know any of the theory there. I just played a move. It's ridiculous. Maybe rook d1 was stupid, but I like don't see his threat. And so I figured if I just improve my pieces, what goes wrong, right? Do I also just do e4, c6, f4? e4, c6, f4? I don't know about that one. Yeah, that's another sideline. I think I've heard of that one. Again, I don't play the Caro-Kann, but my little brother does. And so I haven't seen a lot of these lines, but I know of them because I've talked to people about what I would recommend in them, you know? So I wouldn't say I know the lines, but I know of the lines. Yes. Didn't he die recently? Isn't that a pawn blunder? Yeah, but I figured that he can't take it. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but like here, that looks terrible. I'm very confused of why I can't play queen b3 there, and I think he's just bad. Like, he has to go like knight a6 to hold on to the knight. Or bishop d7, both of which look miserable. No, but the bishop d7 is not even possible. He has to go knight a6. And then I could push like d6 and take, and or just push again. And it looks bad to me. Or like check and then take with pawn. Oh, there's so many moves that look like they almost win there. You know? Yeah, he died in February, I think? I believe so, yeah, that sounds about right. Why do you ask? So yes, it technically blunders a pawn, but I would be shocked if he could take it and not suffer the consequences. Heck, part of me wants, after takes, to go queen c3 and let him have a second pawn to get my queen in. Maybe that's too far, maybe that's stupid, but I do get these, like, two strong pawns, and I feel like his knight is pretty poorly placed. Yeah, so we're going for it. Okay, now, I have to decide which way I take. C takes is most principled. I don't see any reason why not. Yeah. Plus this hangs. And that allows me to get my light squared bishop into the game, which is my last bad piece. So, yeah, he gets a pawn, but he immediately has to give it back, and afterwards I get to finish my development with no negative consequences. Which is insane, because a few moves ago I was very scared. So, yeah, technically it blunders a pawn, but I really did not think taking it was good, and I still don't think taking it is good. I think this was a mistake on his part. Now, I might be wrong, but now it's his job to prove me wrong, right? Now we're playing chess. Who can prove the other person wrong? Battle of ideas. And I like those games most. Hello, Micah. Ooh, that's a spicy meatball. What the? Okay, so if I take en passant, he takes with knight. That's his point. But, like, why can't I just play knight takes? Am I missing something? Yeah, no, I think that's just bad. En passant? No en passant. En passant, if I en passant, he takes with knight. And I can no longer take this pawn. Oh, no, wait, it's free because I'm checking him. It's en passant with check. I'm an idiot. It was en passant with check. Yeah, I'm dumb. Well, I mean, to be fair, I still love this position for me. But yeah, en passant with check was the correct move. I just panicked because I was getting low on time, and I've lost a lot of games on time. I'm still a little bit stressed about my time situation. Not going to lie to you. So I'm trying to simplify the position somewhat so that I can play it on low time. This is probably greedy. Oh, it is greedy. Stupid move. His queen's guarding the pawn. There's no threat. He's not threatening anything. That's a piece. No threat. There's nothing. He's not doing anything. That was a completely unsound sacrifice, and I'm convinced. Yeah, no, that was bad on his part. Maybe he was hoping I would blunder on low time, but that was not even difficult. Like, that's not even a difficult thing to see. That's incredibly simple. Still not threatening anything. Explain to me what your next move is. So that is a next move. This is mate, right? If it's not, I'm gonna look really stupid, but I think it's mate. Cause like, I go H. Boom! Got him! Got him! Yeah, that would be interesting. It would change the game quite a bit. Well, not that much. It would be interesting. That's a nice mate. Thank you, thank you. It looked good. My heart told me, what is that hat? It's not a hat, it's a towel. My hair's wet. I'm trying to dry it off so I can use my headphones. Because I don't want to use my headphones with wet hair. Sacrifice the Rook! I mean, that's what I did. And it worked. Because then he could have blocked with queen, but then pawn takes and... What do I play here again? Are we transposing to a Tarrasch? I think I just take on d5. And then play like g3 or something. Yeah. Can't be that bad. The fantasy's good. Still doing no shampoo thing? Nah, I gave it up because it wasn't worth it. I didn't notice any effects, and it was getting more complicated as I was having to compensate for more and more of the things that shampoo would normally do. So like, the being able to get rid of the dead skin on my scalp. Normally you would do that with shampoo, but if you're doing a no shampoo thing, then you can't really do it with shampoo. You have to do it with a scrub. I specifically used a sugar scrub, I think. Yeah, I used a sugar scrub and it worked, but it just kept getting things more complicated. And while I think, if I were willing to dedicate more time to it and like study it more and make it a bigger thing, it would work better than shampoo would, but I don't have that time currently with college starting and me trying other things. The advance is a principal way to play least attacking chances. The classical leads to a small advantage for white in almost every line, and the exchange leads to a reverse Carlsbad structure if you know the position. Yeah, that's a pretty good way of explaining it. Although I will say that the exchange has some tactical nuances that aren't non-existent in the Carlsbad, but are different than in the Carlsbad. Do I want to give up the bishop pair here and go to the opposite color bishop position? I kind of have to. My bishop gets trapped otherwise. So, like, the exchange is tactically different from a Carlsbad, or just a pure reverse Carlsbad. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I just hit 1900 on chess.com like yesterday. Hey, congrats, man. That's huge. Welcome, brother. How you been? Okay, I'm gonna go queen e2. Just connect the rooks, and then like rook c1, then like b4. That's my plan. Just principal stuff. Maybe the queen should have been on d2. Meh. I mean, I really don't want the bishop that bad. If you want to take it, then I kind of don't care. Can't do it now. 1 second. If I go b5, he goes knight check takes, queen takes. Oh no, I can take the bishop there. Well, that's goofy. Yeah, no. I have the switch and zook of taking the bishop because my knight defends the queen. That's hilarious. 80 little apart? Well, that's unusual. Pretty cool. Bx b4 now? Bishop x b4, you mean? I mean, I take on a7 at the end and I get a rook on the 7th rank. I didn't think that was bad. Maybe it is bad? Don't see it. And maybe I have knight takes d5. So first off, takes is possible. But second off, takes, right? And then if it takes, I have check. So I think I actually win a pawn there. And I'm attacking his queen, so he can't do a different Zugzwang. He, like, doesn't have time for another Zugzwang. So I don't think bishop takes b4 works. Yeah, and it looks like he doesn't either. My heart tells me knight b5 to go to d4. Which just looks like a rational, solid move. Maybe he plays knight c6 here. Yeah, but that doesn't help him at all. I think he wants knight c4. If I go here and he pushes, what do I do? I take this. Yeah, no. No, this is fine, I think. This looked good. Maybe I missed something? I do that. I didn't see a direct way of punishing this move. I disagree with a6. I think knight c6. Knight c6 I had b. I didn't have b5. My knight was on b5. Knight c6 I think was the move there. I think he should have played knight c6 and then played a6 afterwards, if I let him. But I probably would have played knight d4 immediately and let him exchange, because I figured this pawn is weaker than this pawn. Maybe not, though. Not sure. I think black is slightly winning. Winning? In this position? Do I not see a tactic? I must be missing a tactic, because I would say, just from like a vibe perspective, that I would say that white's better here. I don't see it. I don't see the black advantage. Well, I have this cute move, but I don't know if I care, because I think he goes rook d2 after that. Well, I mean, rook d2 doesn't exactly have a threat. Is this stupid? This is probably stupid. Prove to me why it's stupid. You and my spiritual intuition again? Absolutely. You've been around here to know enough to know, Toaster, that I'm a spiritual chess player. That's probably stupid. Take on e6 and bishop d5 is the whole point. The problem is you could take with queen and guard it, but now with the rook on d1, I'm threatening bishop takes d5 in that position. The one thing I'm worried about here is rook c2, but I think I have queen h5 there. This was my plan. Am I missing something? Does he have g6, knight f3? No, that doesn't threaten anything. Maybe this is bad. But, like, I don't see his way of punishing me. And if he can't punish me, then this is actually really annoying. Because then I have weird discoveries coming. That doesn't look fun. f7, f2 is a little weak. Maybe he has... No, he doesn't have time for that. He can't. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. He thinks he can double on me. No way. Nah, bro. There's no universe where you can get away with that. No way. No way. Yeah, that's what I thought. Now give me that rook. Okay, well that worked. He had knight f3, and he could try and pretend he had an attack, but I don't think it existed. I think it was fake. There's no the discover check isn't a problem. The problem is that he didn't have anywhere to move his rook. Technically, the discover check didn't threaten anything concrete, but I was also attacking his rook. Where do you move the rook? There isn't a square where you can move the rook that didn't have like some other weird knight check. Because worst case scenario, I have knight check, knight f7, and I go into an endgame where I'm like up a pawn, up 2 pawns. And a 2-pawn up endgame is hardly a bad outcome. Oh, here we go. Let's see if I can remember my theory for once in my life. Oh yeah. That's what I'm saying, is it was losing, and no matter the outcome. Okay, I have to remember my theory here. I'm supposed to take that, right? Yeah, I'm supposed to take, and then after pawn takes, I go knight e5. I did hear that, yeah. I mean, I've never seen an episode of Dragon Ball in my life, so I don't have too much to say about it, but I did hear that. I've lost in this line so many times. Let's see if I can actually remember my theory for once in my life. This is terrifying. This is like a 000 position engine evaluation. After knight takes, d takes. Now, playing it as black is miserable. And I probably have a different line I should be playing, but I find that white doesn't know these lines too often either. And IM recently just wrecked me. You know Applaud the Show? Well, there's the Goku guy who was originally a kid, and he's a Saiyan, which means every time he gets close to death, he gets stronger, which is why everyone thinks he can beat Superman. And there's 5 episodes of filler, and then they get closer to defeating someone who wants to like blow up the universe or something. How close was I? How close? I never watched Dragon Ball. I don't know. I never watched Dragon Ball either. That's my point. That's Dragon Ball Z. Dang it. Okay, I don't know the difference. Which shows how much I know about Dragon Ball. What's the difference? Exactly. Good question, Callum. So, funny story, assuming castles, because that's the most natural move. Okay, we're no longer assuming castles. Normally, e6 is the best move in these positions, but that's assuming he's already castled. He hasn't castled here, which means he wants to play bishop a5, bishop b5. Give me a second, I need to remember my theory. If I play e6, he goes bishop b5 check, I go bishop d7. That looks terrible for me. I don't want to play that. Yeah, I have no interest in playing that position. Bishop d7 is obviously terrible. So it has to be a6 here, right? Last time I played this position, I played a6 and I lost. But I think that was a slightly different position. He had already castled and I went g6. So I think this is slightly different because if I play e6, then I get out a bit faster. Yeah, I think this is different. I think a6 is fine. Yeah, because last time I went like some queen backwards and he played a4. Yeah, no. This is different, I think. Again, now e6 is the plan. If it barks and looks like a dog, is it not a dog? Duck. Yeah, it's a duck. Normally people make me say the wrong answer, but guess you weren't in that sort of mood. Bishop b6, I think I have queen a3. That's the reason I went for this. Not today. That's the reason I went for this, is I'm pretty sure I have queen a3. If I don't have queen a3, then I'm in some deep doo-doo, but you know, what else is new? If he goes a4, then I think I go bishop c5 and I'm okay. So, because a4 prevents queen a3, so my queen's in danger of getting trapped. But also I'm threatening to take this. So if bishop here, this is a move that might exist. I don't think it's good because I think I get hit with this and then it's painful. But even then, I might have just queen c6. Yeah. Who's talking in the background? That might be the song. Or it might be... Do I have noise suppression on my mic? I should, but I do have a air conditioning unit and a dehumidifier going. Now, the air conditioning unit isn't actually cooling anything down because the temperature's pretty good. What's your politics on outer space? People say the outer space treaty is outdated. I mean, what's always happened when we've discovered someplace with a bunch of resources, right? Whatever nation can get there first is going to say, oh, that treaty was outdated. We actually want all this stuff now. And they're going to take all this stuff. Shocker. And then everyone will go, oh no, how could they do this? And then we'll move on with our lives. Maybe it's a little bit pessimistic, but like, it's been pretty consistent as a trend. Bro's playing the Thinker. Yeah, I don't know why he's spending so much time in this position. Now, this is a very difficult position to play. I don't mean from that perspective. I don't know. Reality? Sure. Oh, he did go for it. Okay, wait. Now, Queen A3 or Queen takes D5? Those are the two moves. Queen takes D5, Bishop C4, Queen C6. I don't see his follow-up that is anyway scary for me. Actually, here, I'm threatening to take that. So if he goes Bishop F3, what do I do? Bishop F3, Queen B5 is totally fine for me. If takes, Queen check, Queen D7, Bishop F3, I can just take his queen. It's not dangerous. If Queen takes, he goes Rook D1. That's probably what he's thinking. And then he can play Rook D8 check. Yeah? Okay, that's the problem. That's the problem, is he has Rook D1. Space or C, which one will be more important in the future? Well, like, this is going to sound dumb, but like, define future. Because I'd say that there's a pretty big difference between 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, and 100,000 years from now, you know? Like this century? Oh, the seas. Definitely. I don't think space is going to be relevant anytime soon, or relevant enough to be more relevant than the seas. Maybe that'll age terribly, but I don't know. Space feels too obvious. Again, queen takes d5. I mean, rook here, I take his queen. He had this check as an inclusion before retaking. And I guess I technically get a pawn there, but my king's on e7, and he has a rook on d8, and I can't do anything about it. And so he can castle and bring another rook, and that looks like misery. That just looks like pain, because this bishop's trapped. This bishop's trapped because it's pinned to the rook. And so, yeah, I don't think taking on d5 was good. Go for space tourism, it becomes accessible to the general public. I'd love to, but I think it'll be expensive for a long time. Which, this is fair. It's okay. Moon or Mars? Which one would I rather go to, or which one do I think is going to be important? I would probably say, at this point, Moon, because Mars would be a long trip. And, like, I would like to go to space, but I don't think I would like to spend that much time in space. Yeah, I probably, at this point, probably this point, the Moon over Mars. And see, so I'm up a pawn, so I can afford to just be not greedy, give a pawn back. If he takes on d5, I play bishop d6 and castle. I'm totally fine. No more positional problems. I just play rational chess for the rest of the game. No issues. We chill. Well, if we had teleportation, Mars would be my choice, yeah, but... like... the laws of space-time will probably still be around thousands of years from now, right? Well, yeah, eventually, but I don't think we're anywhere close to that becoming super-duper important, Goddle. So I thought that looked painful for him. Maybe I was wrong. I'd love to just go a5, a4, and take, and then be able to threaten stuff on the A rank. It's a little slow, but I still kind of like it. He doesn't really have any threats in this position. And if he goes b3, h3 at any point, I can go bishop h3 check. Yeah, I'm going to go for it. I don't see a good way of dealing with it for him. So I'm just going to keep being annoying. Okay, fair point. Fair point, fair point. Let's get our rook active. King on f2 feels real scary. I would be very uncomfortable with that if I were white. Maybe you can get away with it, but I would be very uncomfortable. Like already in this position, like c5, rook takes, pawn takes, and then bishop c4, right? Now I'm not sure that's even a good continuation. I'm just saying it's stuff that exists that you have to think about now. Because then you probably have to go rook b1 to prevent me from taking. Do I want to go for that? I guaranteed get my exchange back. That's the first thing. So definitely I always get my exchange back. So I'm not risking anything. He has to go rook b1. Then I can go like, I don't know. Can you go like bishop d5 and play like rook e8? It's not threatening anything. I get my rook back in all cases, and I feel like the suppression is worth it. Because he can't like move anything in this position. He's a little stuck. Maybe he just goes here. That's like a very cowardly response, but it might be best. Because this pawn is kind of annoying. For me. And so if we get to an endgame that lasts a long time, then it could be a problem. It could. I don't think that's... Meh. He also has 2 minutes on the clock. Space tourism would be a humbling experience? Oh, absolutely. I think it'd be awesome. Put things in context, you know? I just realized something. Rook here. If I go bishop here, he can just go rook b5. That's annoying. See, I told you. Well, I mean, this lets me go up a pawn. So, like, while it is, in my opinion, not best, I can't really complain. So I'm going to go rook b8 and then f6. That's the plan. Actually, rook c8 here. I don't want him getting on my 7th. But then he goes rook a1. Annoying. Annoying. It's super annoying, actually. How do I deal with that? I guess here? Yeah, rook b1 was a stupid move. That's what I get. Oh, that was lazy. Rook b1 was lazy. See how fast I played that? Laziness. Oh! He also plays bishop endgame? I wouldn't want to play this bishop endgame. Maybe his point is... I guess his point is... I don't get what his point is. I go here. What's your point? Eventually he can take this pawn, but that king and pawn endgame will be bad, for sure. For sure that king and pawn endgame will be bad. Yeah, no, I don't understand this. I've heard of Lost, I've never watched it. Hey, you want to take the pawn? Go for it, buddy. Knock yourself out. Bon appetit. Okay, give me a second. How do I win this? Here, here, here. Sorry. Here, 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 here. Push here. Takes. Push. He can't go up, so we'd have to take, and then go up. And then king h3. King here. Ah, it looks like a draw. I could play g5 first. He has to go king c8. But king c8 doesn't slow him down at all. That wins, though. Wait, how's that faster? Give me a second. Versus. Yeah, no, I see the difference. It's an interesting approach. I don't think it works, but it's definitely interesting. Does he go g3 here? g3 takes, king takes f5. Yeah, that does work. I'm bad. Frustrating. Oh, that's a weird move. Ugh. Can't believe I lost this king and pawn endgame. He has to win this via pre-moving. Dang it, 2 seconds. Ah! Guess whose birthday it is today? Is it yours? Happy birthday. I'm stupid. I can't believe I lost that king and pawn endgame. Okay, one more. I want to get a little higher. Oh, Fischer? As in Robert James Fischer? I totally botched that endgame up bad. Okay. Let's see if I can find a game plan. I'm just going to play it slowly. I don't think there's any reason to rush. I can play it slow, get the bishop pair, and then if he plays h6, which looks rational, I can just go c4. And I've got a slightly better version of all these positions. I'm just going to take the bishop pair. No reason to overcomplicate things. The fact that Fischer be 80 now, sheesh. Yeah, my little brother asked me the other day, how many of the world champions are alive? And I was thinking about it. It's everyone Karpov and later, right? Well, you're mistaken the endgame. when I saw that he might have a draw, I went for a different line without calculating it. And that different line was very bad for me. I was so afraid of drawing that I didn't calculate what would happen. Which was a terrible mistake on my part. It's just complete nonsense. It's like brainlessness. No other way of putting it. Is he going to castle queenside? No way. No way. If he plays queen c7, he's castling queenside. I'm actually going to go here. Let's keep his knight out. No knight g4 for you. Or maybe knight g4 at some point, but you're going to have to earn it. Now, where do you put your... Oh, he absolutely wants to castle queenside. Okay. In that case... I want to go just... I want to play simple chess. You know what? Bishop e6, e3. Can't be that bad of a move. If he castles long, then d5 suddenly looks scary, because then I'm threatening to take on a7. I wouldn't want to deal with that if I were black. So again, we're kind of playing a game of chicken here. Me and my opponent are playing a game of chicken. He doesn't want to play castles long until I've already committed my attack somewhere, and I don't want to commit my attack until he castles long. That's an interesting move. I have philosophical problems with it, but if I can't find a concrete reason those philosophical problems exist, then I shouldn't be talking. Give me a second. What if c5? I guess he has just bishop c7, right? I don't know. Here, I think he has e4. No, I think he just takes. Right? Takes. And then e4. Looks scary. I feel like I should be able to do something about his king being as open as it is. I just don't see anything concrete. Maybe it's as simple as takes, queen e2. Just saying, okay, what's your next move? Because I'm trying to go rook d1, right? Maybe it's just that. Although it could just be like some queen move now, like queen b3 right now. And once again, kind of call the bluff. Because e4 doesn't look good. Maybe I even go queen c2 to prevent e4. Because takes does not look good for him. Maybe he can deal with it, but it doesn't look fun. I wouldn't want to play that position. No, I'm gonna go queen c2. I'm calling the bluff. I'm calling the bluff. There's nothing in this position. He's not threatening anything. Meanwhile, this and this looks real painful. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm actually stupid. I completely forgot that was even a thing he could do. Doi. Okay, well. If takes king f1... Oh, no, I actually have some counterplay. Not enough, but I have some. Because I'm not getting checkmated yet. Now, that being said, he can castle long, and neither is he. Which is the problem. Because I'm getting checkmated faster than he is. That's for sure. Well, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not. You know what? The more I look at this position, the less I'm convinced that's that bad for me. Maybe I'm completely hallucinating, but... I guess he has to castle long. I would be shocked if he had another move. But castles long I take here. That does not look fun. Because then, like, bishop takes here? Does he have, like, this? That's probably what he's trying to do. Oh, just castle short. Oh, sure. Sure. A very peaceful reply. I really think I was cooking earlier in this game, but hey. I gotta play the position I have, right? I could be really greedy in this position. Play this. He probably has a Desperado of his own, honestly. This is uncomfortable. This position is decidedly uncomfy. I want to play b4. Open up this bishop low. Why do I do this to myself? I miss everything. I can't see a single tactic if my life depended on it. If my life depended on it, guys. Here, rook e8, rook h1, queen takes f2. That's insane. It's frustrating is what it is. I should not have played this last game. I already lost. I already lost one. I was tricking myself, fooling myself. Alco C1 tactic, impossible challenge. He's not threatening anything here, right? It's like here, you can't take this. This check doesn't do anything, I don't think. Hello, pigeons. Maybe he wants to go like check and then, I don't know, some queen move. I'm playing absolutely terrible chess. I started good. I started pretty strong, but it all went downhill. Remarkably fast, at record speeds. What do I take with? Let's say rook. Had my first stream today. How did that go? Just 2 pawns down. Even if assuming I trade queens and don't fall for some king attack, I'm just 2 pawns down. Yeah, he wants me dead. It's fair enough. I'd want me dead too. Don't see what he's threatening though. But not know how to set the camera. Well, you know, those sorts of technical things you get better with time. That's just a time thing. You do your research, you figure out how your specific tech that you have goes, and how it works in general, and then you just go on from there. You know, there's no rushing it. Do you have delivery robots in Macedonia? Delivery robots are a thing? Wait, are those a thing in the West now? Legit question. Are you talking about like the Amazon drones? I thought they never got those to work. I didn't know the delivery robots actually passed, like, the testing phase. But no, we do not have those here. I guess I should answer the actual question. I saw a video of them in Moscow. Ah. That's my dumb question. Do we know if it was real? Or is it like a propaganda thing where it's like, oh, look how cool our tech is? You know, like the startups in the US who are like, oh, we're gonna solve cold fusion. Just give us a few months and a few $1 trillion. And they're like, oh, wait, they're gonna solve cold fusion, guys. And then like a few $1 trillion later, it's like, we did not solve cold fusion. Everyone's like, drat. We'll get him next time. Oh, Lithuania has them? No, yeah, we do not have any of that. Where's the money for this coming from? How is anyone affording these? Zdravo, zdravo, kako je? Aren sam. Sve je u redu, malce umoren, no, dobro. Vikend je dobro vreme za to. По-хубаво да биде малце уморен денес, отколку да биде уморен малце кога треба да студирам. Чекай. Long time no see. Exactly. Okay, stupid question. Does this work? Okay, let's assume it all he takes, okay? King F. Queen H6. He obviously can't step on this file, so he has to go back. Or I guess he can go up. Is that his plan? Because I don't have Queen H. I don't have Queen H5. I mean, we're not going to get a better time to do it than now. Maybe he goes King H8, Queen check, Knight H7. Yeah, I don't think I have anything there. I understand most of what you're saying. Razumem Makedonski? Razumem. See, it's not... See, that's interesting, because it's not Razumem in Macedonian, which I'm sure you knew that already, but it's here it's Razbiram. And so, like, I understood what Razmumem is intended to mean, but it's like you said, you understand it, but it's not quite the same. That's the fun of living in like Macedonia or another country with a Slavic language. It's like you can kind of get what people are saying at any given point. Oh, that's annoying. This is desperation. It doesn't work. In case that's not already clear, which it should be abundantly clear. But I have 8 seconds, so I don't have time to find good moves. I'm assuming he's going to play Knight D6. Although he might play Queen D7. Yeah. I have 3 seconds. There's no way I'm doing anything in this position. Pataka Kaji. I'm Serbian. Ah, that explains it. Yeah, Serbian's weird. My dad understands more of it than I do because it's like a dialectal thing in Macedonian where different dialects have more or less Serbian. And so my dad's from the capital originally, so he has more Serbian in his dialect than I do in mine. Deport immigrants to Rwanda? Is that a thing? Also, I think I might be ELO negative. No, I'm ELO negative from what shows in stream title, but I'm not ELO negative on where I was earlier today, I don't think. Nema srpsko влияние. Влияние. Како пример битовски, нема српско влияние. Толку. Па така. Имаме турски влияние, имаме грчки влияние, но нема српски. Битолски. Македонски јазик од градот Битола. Битолскиот диалект. Па така. Како нишки. Hey, guilty as charged. Under a 5-year arrangement, some asylum seekers in the UK were sent to Rwanda. It's called Rwanda Bill. It doesn't surprise me, but... But it's like... it's kind of dystopian. We're sending you to the middle of Africa. Не постои збор толка. Толка има. Да. The bill is a joke. The problem is it's not at least funny. If you're going to have something be a joke, at least make it funny. Topka e ball? Topka. Yeah, no. Topka e ball. I know that one. Is citizenship over human rights? Well, so they're deporting illegal aliens, I'm presuming? I'm assuming it's all illegal aliens. I'm not sure that changes that much. I'm just asking from a curiosity perspective. Some people put themselves in harm's way by working in UK armed forces. Okay, wait. Give me a second. Safe third country for the removal of people entering UK under new immigration laws and to determine migration by unsafe and illegal routes. Or routes. It'd be routes in that case. So, they're going to remove illegal immigrants by sending them to Rwanda. Oh no, it's not illegal. It's not illegal aliens. Oh, under which it plans to send some migrants who would otherwise claim asylum. Oh. Oh. That's a little different. How long have you been streaming for? A few years. But it's been a hobby that entire time. I haven't spent as much time trying to grow it as I should have done. Yeah, I don't love that. I feel like... Okay. Illegal aliens is considered some as outdated and dehumanizing. I've never heard that in my life. I'm not sure what other term to use. What would it... Illegal migrants? Or are asylum seekers not legal? Because I assume that asylum seekers are legal, and that's kind of the point. Nice. Yeah. Da, da, da. Modern day. EU. Geneva Convention. Undocumented immigrants? Okay, sure. Undocumented immigrants. I don't know the terminology. I really don't mean to be dehumanizing. I've said before, I'm very pro-immigration and migration. Okay, but like, here we go. Latvia approved the asylum application of a Russian citizen. Had previously been harassed. Not Latvia. In the 19th century, the United Kingdom accorded political asylum to various prosecuted people, among whom were many of the socialist movements, including Karl Marx, with the 1845 attempted bombing of the Greenwich Royal Observatory and the 1911 siege of Sydney Street in the context of propaganda of the deed. Actions. Political asylum was restricted. Huh. That term is used for far right? I'm not far right. I mean, ме интересира, от кой маркет най-често купуваш работи? Готвиш ли македонска храна? Епа да. Най-често веро, но ако трябваме нещо по-свежо, овощие, месо, нещо слично. Ако можем, пазарът е по-убав. Ти знаеш, овощие и зеленчуци во веро не е баш добро. Again, you have to remember, Ronnie, I haven't like stayed in the US and so been there for political stuff since I was 13. And at 13, I really wasn't paying attention to what term was used by different sides of the spectrum for undocumented immigrants. Веро много скъп. Епа да. Сега е така, но не беше така пред няколко години. Just informing you. I appreciate it. That's nice. Hold on a second. Let me actually take a closer look at this. Okay, so this isn't for, in that case, the Rwanda bill is not for undocumented immigrants. It's for people seeking asylum. Bishop c4. Should be 7, castles, d6, rook e1, knight d7. Okay, d5. Black is playing like a weird, bad hippo. f6 is anti-positional. Rook e1, knight d7, d5. Very nice. Again, you're shutting... This bishop's already terrible, so let it stay terrible. This bishop's now terrible. This knight's never going to exist. And this knight has squares. But, okay, you've shut down 3 of his pieces and let 1 of his pieces live. And even that piece that you let live, it's not inconceivable to kick it out via f4 or b4. So, yeah, like, you could probably play b4 right now. The knight doesn't have anywhere to go. And then knight d4 and you hop into e6 and he can resign. Materially, it's completely even, but he can resign. This knight on e6 wins the game on the spot. This knight is pointless. It does not exist. Help them have a good place to live. See, that's the question. That's why I was trying to draw a distinction between undocumented immigrants and asylum seekers. Although, there probably isn't that big of a distinction, to be fair. I mean, like, even if he takes the pawn, it's not just, like, first off, you concretely win a piece, so you can't. You just be like queen c8, and then you can bring one of the knights to b5 and the other one to e6. You can play a3 if you want, just like, and none of his pieces are alive. All of his pieces are completely dead. All of them. All of them. It's disgusting. Okay. But bishop e3 is fine. Knight a6. Okay, he did it to himself. Even better, queen e2. Just, okay, you made these light squared weaknesses, right? And he's played bishop b7, which weakens his light squares further. Jumping with the knight into the e6, again, he can resign. Because his only chance of ever gaining counterplay is pushing e5 at some point, like right now. It's not good for him, but it's better than what was happening, because while he's sacrificed a pawn, at least now his pieces can breathe. I meant the process of trying to pass the Rwanda bill was a joke. The Prime Minister said to the Rwanda he will give them money for accepting refugees, but the Supreme Court has said no multiple times, and yet the Prime Minister is still attempting to get this going 2 years later because of sunk cost fallacy and to save face. That's hilarious. In a very sad way. In a very cruel way. But that's the question, Ronnie. And the issue is that if as a country and as a society we decide that we want to help asylum seekers, but we aren't actually willing to commit and try and either integrate them into our communities or make it easy for them to integrate in our communities, or try to like meet in the middle in a lot of meaningful ways, then it's not going to be any better, because we're just going to end up putting them in slums. And like, I'm not going to say it's not any better, but it's still terrible. Yeah, no, I cannot express how like crazy this tweet is to me. Is this the Europe you want? And then it shows like, ugh. It just, that's not at all what I meant. Like, see, that's the issue though. You kind of have to decide if that's something you want to do, because again, you put them in slums and the comments are even more disgusting. I didn't look at the comments. I just decided I was done. I'm not sure I want to look at the comments. Yeah, some of these, like, half of them are terrible. The other half are people memeing on it, but... I mean, that's a clickbait magazine cover, right? The article itself might not even have a negative connotation, but it's definitely some level of clickbait. Or what would it be? Sensationalization. Okay, there you go. Yeah, no, that's not at all what I mean. Again, biased, totally not biased. I'm a immigrant son of an immigrant, right? So it'd be very difficult for me to have a negative opinion on immigration. Sheesh. You could not even play rook c8 immediately here, because, I mean, knight c8, you get queen f7, which is mate. Or you could sack the queen, which is way cooler, and then play e7, queen e6, bishop takes e6, or better yet, e8 equals rook. Oh no, he has bishop f8 there. That stinks. Okay, then bishop e6. You could sack the queen, and then get a checkmate with 2 bishops and a pawn. Come on. Come on. In this position, okay? In this position, your job is no longer to calculate how to win. Here, specifically. Your job is to calculate the coolest way to win. And so, rook c8, to me, is the coolest way to win. Followed by sacking the queen. In my opinion. In my opinion. And the problem with illegal immigrants? Okay, let me see. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, Elon Musk, terrible person. However, okay, so wait. Hold on a second. So my issue with this, talented, hardworking, and honest. How are you supposed to vet for that? How do we, what test can we use to determine if someone is talented, hardworking, and honest? And can we first apply that test to any potential politician before we even think about immigration? So this is a very good game where you clearly played significantly better chess than he did, right? Now, so any of the things I say that are negative are me just, you know, poking at details because I think you could have won more forcingly. Like here, you do this, and then you play knight here, and you win. This square wins on the spot. Knight b5, I mean, you can literally sack the knight, and you're still +3. Most politicians would be sent to Rwanda then, and the world would be a better place. No, no, this is good. I like this. I like this plan. This is a great plan. Then just knight back to e6. And then f4, and you're going to play b3, and it's still completely winning. So the knight on d6 is such an incredibly powerful force, and his pieces are so incredibly bad that literally sacking a piece is +3. And you don't even have to sack the piece. No, no, no. It would be a better place because then Rwanda would be like messed up bad because it'd be full of politicians. But then everyone in Rwanda who's not a politician would get asylum somewhere else. And so slowly, Rwanda would become just the place where all the politicians are. Are still up for our game? Yeah. Right? So, there's a slight issue that there's probably people in Rwanda who have some degree of national pride. So I say that the solution is we take part of, like, I don't know, Montana or something. Maybe one of the Dakotas. We don't need 2 Dakotas, okay? In the US. We can deal with only one, and we turn it into Rwanda 2. The sequel that everyone was asking for. Whoops. And then we give all the people in Rwanda who aren't politicians asylum to come into Rwanda too and make their new country. Okay, what was your just company name, brother? It was very similar to your Twitch name, was it not? Was it the exact same or was it just similar? I don't remember. Imagine which politician would team up with whom there? Yeah, no. Then, every few months, we could send in a film crew and have the best reality TV show of all time. So this is like a win from so many different angles. Now this is the Rwanda bill we deserve. I don't remember... Oh, it's his brother 1155. Oh, we chillin'. We chillin'. Yeah, no. Now we're talking. See, that's the problem with this Elon Musk tweet you sent. Is like the first part, because I'm raising concerns about the flood of unvetted illegal immigrants overwhelming American cities, the press will often characterize me as anti-immigrant. As an immigrant myself, nothing could be further from the truth. Okay, so far, I wouldn't necessarily say all this myself, but he could have a point. And then, I'm very much in favor of increased expedited legal immigration for anyone who is talented, hardworking, and honest. Okay, wait, hold on a second. Pause. But then he doesn't pause. Then it's bizarrely difficult and agonizingly slow to emigrate to the USA legally, but trivial and fast to enter illegally. This obviously makes no sense. Okay, that last sentence is also reasonable. So, it's reasonable sentence, but in between them is like a sentence here that, if you look at it too closely, cracks start to show. Twitter's propaganda. It's everyone's propaganda. That's the problem with Twitter. It's not even just right-wing propaganda anymore. It's just everyone's propaganda. So, like, just right there, that sentence is the problem. The first part and second part makes sense. The first part and third part, I should say. Is this 983 a line? Because I'm not familiar with it. I mean, it might very well be a line. It looks somewhat reasonable. It's interesting. I mean, social media was always terrible. Was it always this bad? Maybe it was. Maybe I just don't remember how bad it was because I wasn't on social media nearly as much back then. Which I've gotten more off of it nowadays too. But weird position. Yeah, no, it's... But you're not gonna... give me a second. You're not going to convince people they're wrong using logical fallacies. It's just not going to happen. That's not how people's brains are wired. At least not to my knowledge. And so the fallacies are there, but they're not... It's not productive to point them out. You have to be able to pathos a lot. You absolutely do. I'm not even saying that as like a negative thing, like, oh, look how America has fallen. I think that's just always been a human thing. I don't think it's ever not been the case. And I'm not saying that other people, not myself. I also find I have the same issue, where it's very difficult for me to intentionally, like, say, okay, this is irrational, and then move on. Irrationality feels rational, you know? Because at the end of the day, humans aren't, like, fully rational creatures. Very strange position. You cannot reason a person out of a position he did not reason himself into in the first place. I disagree with that quote. You can't reason a person out of a position. Period. Full stop. End of sentence. Reason can be part of the reason, but that someone changes their position, but I don't think it's I don't think it happens often that someone's mind changes completely because of reason. Like, it's not that it never happens, I just think it's relatively rare. $800 Blitz is such a bad place to be. I wouldn't know. I'm 1600 Blitz, 2120 Rapid, so I'm terrible at Blitz. The internet has led to polarization. No one wants to admit they're wrong. Yeah. The internet's definitely made it worse. I don't know. I wish I had a solution, but I don't think there is one. I don't think there is one. We'll see. The problem, like it always is people. So it's like, okay, how are you going to solve a people problem? I mean, I definitely think reduced internet usage. I definitely think that millennials, Zoomers, and Gen Alphas have really proven that that large amounts of internet access are bad for children, or is bad for children, and more specifically, that it's important for parents and to some extent society at large. I'm putting the emphasis on parents because I feel like that's the important part, quote unquote, but like society at large to kind of cultivate people in the sense that you kind of are intentional about what information is consumed, right? It kind of, I don't know if it was an intentional or it was just kind of like, okay, it's the thing that everyone's doing, so we're going to do it too. But it kind of got to the point where we were, to some degree, assuming that, like, okay, if we're right, then it'll stand up and it'll be fine. If we're wrong, then they'll change things. So, like, more internet won't be that bad of a thing. Around 2.1k Rapid 2. I got so bad at Blitz playing Rapid that my friends who were 300, 400 points lower than me in strength started to beat me. Well, I mean, you know, it's a different thing. Reddit's left-leaning in general, though. Is it? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't been on Reddit in a long time. I've never been like a regular Reddit user. I know I look like one. Carl Sagan 2.0 teaches about critical thinking. Yeah, but I'm not. I don't think critical thinking is the only problem. I think it is a problem, yeah, but I think it's like an additional bonus fun problem. I think the main problem is just, like I said, cultivation of information. Where it's like, okay, this is what this person's going to know. The person being a child, of course. And then, as they get older, they're more exposed to more and more. You know? There's too little trolling and or philosophical discussions going on here. No, there's the philosophical stuff. There hasn't been any trolling recently, though. You are right about that. The trolling levels are all-time low. Kenzo, I've got bad news. It is notoriously infrequent. Does he want to draw? I don't want to draw. How do I avoid a draw? Give me a second. So I can't go here and immediately lose. Cool. Actually... probably lose. Are you getting cooked? No, he wants to draw. If I go here, he goes here, it's a draw. I don't want to draw. If I go King of Fate, can you punish me? Does he just go back? Bishop f6. He's running out of checks. I don't want to draw. And maybe this is stupid and I should just take the draw, but I don't want it. I want to win. This is both the best and the worst part of my chess. Sub Blom, have you listened to some new Eurovision songs? No, I have not. But the Polish lady who has the song that has like chess, she set up the chessboard wrong, and I'm mad. Like, come on. Can somebody say poser? It's ridiculous. This was bad. I made a horrible mistake. That is not what I expected. Here? Where's the king go? I don't see a square it can go to. Maybe. Counterplay? Yeah, I'm probably losing. But he doesn't have to know that. A song? Is it a good song? The Logical Song. From 1995. Specifically January 1st. Okay, I think my hair's dry enough that I can put on headphones. Man, it's so close to... See, I can almost do something like this, but he has 90, he has 96. Give me a split second. I want to win, man. And I'm going to play dumb moves until I do. Story of my life. Okay, get headphones, headphones. I definitely should have taken the draw. I can say that for sure, but I don't want to. No, I'm not accepting a draw. I said I should have. I didn't say I would. I should have accepted that draw for two. But I didn't want to. I don't see the threat. Am I stupid? Okay, I need to actually listen to the lyrics. Give me a second. Okay, I found lyrics. I don't agree with this move. It's up to you if the song is good. Well, I don't have an entirely subjective view of art. Obviously, subjectivity plays a big role, but... So it takes, loses on the spot. No, it doesn't. He's queen guards son. Yeah. Yeah, don't know. It's difficult. Oh, that's a problem. Wait, is it? He's not threatening anything. He's threatening to take the pawn, but... Oh, that's a problem. Maybe? Sure. I felt like that was a bit... I don't know if optimistic's the right word. I felt like that was a bit, speculative. Nah, probably not. He probably just trades queens. Never mind, never mind. He's definitely winning. But can he win this with 2 minutes on the clock? That's the question. He should be able to. He really should. But will he? That's the question. I'm just gonna not trade rooks. Bad position. It's a very bad position. Hey. I'll take that. I will be taking that. Hope you don't mind. Don't care if you do. I'll be taking that too. I will also be doing that. I told you this wasn't the easiest position in the world to win. I know what I'm talking about. Sometimes. Occasionally. My rook's not doing anything, and I don't like that. But I don't see how to activate it easily. Not rook, knight. Well, I think I'm getting it into the game at least now. I like this check. It might be bad, but I like it. Well, now I'm the one with bad time. Breakfast in America, the 1994 edition of the Guinness all-time top 1,000 albums. Breakfast in America was voted number 207 in the all-time greatest rock and pop albums. Huh. I've never heard of it, which doesn't say much. It says more about my music taste than it does about the quality of Breakfast in America. Especially when it comes to rock, I am not the most cultured person on the planet. Let's be annoying. Can I please make it? Can you please actually move pieces? Okay. He's not threatening anything. I don't see a threat. Never mind, I saw the threat. Nope, he didn't see the threat. We're fine. ChatGPT's recommendation. See, using AI for its good purpose. Recommending albums. Boom. Winning King and Pawn endgame. Let's go. I'm also stupid. No, it's fine. We win anyway. No, we don't. Never mind. I'm still stupid. You've got to be able to win this with 13 seconds, man. Come on. You got to be able to win this with 13 seconds. There you go. Okay, so you need 9. That's fine. So what's your Beyond song? I don't love it, but it's not my style. I'm not a huge 90s guy, if I'm being honest. Just in general. I can't think of much music from the 90s I actually like. Close one? Yeah, we both played complete garbage chess the other day. Okay, so here I was winning, but then I played the wrong move. Oh, I could just take the bishop. Doy, that was my entire plan. Which era is your favorite? I don't know. I like a lot of contemporary stuff, but I also have a soft spot for like 60s. But then if you play 80s music, I'll probably enjoy it. That's my mom's influence. So it's hard. The draw there twice. I didn't want to draw. I had like 3 chances to win there, okay? Also, what was this bishop sack? I was fully expecting G3 and I was like, Radiohead, Guns N' Roses. Isn't Guns N' Roses more 80s? I mean, if it's done. I like some Guns N' Roses. I've never gotten Radiohead. I've tried, I don't know. Was your name James? Unfortunately, it is not. Why do you ask? I assume you meant your. You said, is you named James, but I assume you meant both. I was like, but you sacked the bishop. Now we're chilling. Queen e5 is the move. Wait. Oh, you're not actually threatening to take my queen. You take my queen, I take your knight, and then you play king move, and I take your queen, and you're down a piece. That's hilarious. So you have to play g4. That's really funny. So you're not actually threatening to take my queen. I feel about 90s music the same way I feel about 90s movies. There's some good there, but it's mostly not. Schindler's List, Shawshank, Terminator, Pulp Fiction, Forrest Gump, Silence of the Lambs. No, there's more. There's more good 90s than I thought there was. Maybe I'm thinking 80s. I can't remember if it was 80s or 90s that was bad. No, there's some good stuff in the 90s. I'm done. Guns N' Roses became famous in the 90s, though. Oh, okay. King d5, rook h5, king c4, rook h6, c5, c6. Yeah, this is a completely losing endgame. Of course. Still losing. I was thinking you could play check. No. Yeah, no, you can't play check. Nice. No, in this position I was expecting check. But I guess I have king d6. Nah, never mind. Check never worked. This rook pre-move was stupid. This was a terrible game of chess, man. Just absolutely atrocious. I should have at least moved my knight to make it harder. You know, maybe gone like knight here. And made you think about your life choices a little bit. I mean, you would still won this, but... And then, you know, queen and king versus king. Pretty simple win. What a crazy game. Yeah, I don't know my theory here. I don't think... My position on the opening wasn't that bad. Because I played knight a3. Yeah. Like, Fisher, you hate draws? I really do. I really do. Wait, guys, is this guy a James? I'm not a James. I'm thinking about the wrong address because it isn't a James. Well, I could be a James. If that's what it's about, then, I mean, I could be. Position is always crazy. I don't know my lines very well in the Dutch in general yet, if I'm being honest. Suspicious. Thank you. Like Robert James? Robert James Fisher? Our boy Bobby? Maybe a secret James. Exactly. Like James Bond, except I'm actually, you know, keeping my identity a secret. Oh, it's such a petty thing to hate. It's such a petty thing to hate. But like in that movie where Will Smith turned into a pigeon, right? The last Blue Skies animated movie. At the start, the guy says, "You know you're a good spy if everybody knows your name." And it haunts my nightmares. Help me. With what? I know it's meant to be ironic and like a joke, but I can't. My brain can't. Oh, no, I wasn't asking. Fair enough. So we've transposed into the main line. I think. This looks like the main line. Equanimity. I do need some of that. This looks like the main line. Pretty sure this is the main line. It's knight a5 because the bishop does not guard c4. If the bishop guards c4, then it's knight b3. It's here, here, here. Okay, this is a very annoying line. What's equanimity? It's the ability to keep one's composure in difficult circumstances. So it's like a6, rook b8, b5 is the plan. Needs an equanimity right now? That's what I'm saying. Is that Shrek Wazowski? Why is that an emote? Oh, let me turn. Y'all are listening to music, but I'm not. It's terrible. Don't bother? Don't bother what? Asking? Too late. This move looks wrong. Maybe it's not, but it looks it. Well, I mean, now I get b5. Which is what I was trying to get. Because this knight's terrible, but once you play a b5, okay, it's not as bad anymore, you know? Suddenly, this knight isn't as terrible. Sure. Don't think I'm too scared in this position. Maybe I am, but I don't see the immediate danger. Because you still have to defend this bishop, so you have to play a weird, somewhat awkward move like that. Do I want to let him trade, or do I want to trade on my terms? It will haunt you for only 3.56 years of your life. Like my sleep paralysis demons. No, it'll haunt me for longer. That's the problem. I don't know, it just, again, I know intellectually that it really isn't that much of a thing. It's really not. But, like, my heart, man, it can't take it. I mean, forcing a push would be very nice here. A lot of things haunt me. Yeah. It makes sense. So this knight's still terrible, but my justification was this passed pawn is going to be annoying. I wish the voices would just go away. Same. They're so annoying. It's ridiculous, honestly. I feel like I've made a mistake. I'm not in love with my position anymore. Wait, hey, here's the John Wilkes Booth son, Big Bang. Thanks. I'm going to interpret that as a compliment. Oh, I'm suffering in this position. I've definitely messed up somewhere big. You don't get positions like this in the Dutch without doing some major stuff wrong. I'm pretty sure knight c6 just won an exchange, because if I take on c6, then my knight's trapped. How's it like being with me in this chat right now? Not too bad. I've had worse. Am I not just really fun chat? You're so much fun. So much fun. Like, so fun. So maybe I survive here. Like, queen f7, followed by rook e8, maybe I survive. Because he can't take this just yet, I don't think. Can he? If he takes and I take on f2, doesn't that hang the knight? But I'm hanging my bishop. It's not clear. How about my demons with murderers? Excuse you, I am only related to a murderer. And I feel like all of us are related to a murderer if we go back far enough. You know? So, I'm not even sure. Oh wait, this is a chess stream? Yeah, no, I forget sometimes. You know what? Sure. I'm actually not 100%. I am a murderer. Don't tell the authorities, though. Don't worry, I'm not a snitch. My mama didn't raise no snitch. Blew up some cars there. That doesn't count as murder. Cars aren't people. It's not even a good movie. He should probably take my knight. Should he? I disagree with this move on so many different levels. Exactly. No. He definitely should not take with pawn. Takes with queen is significantly better. And just make me regret having this pawn exist for the rest of my very short life. You take with queen, you take with rook. But as it stands, I simply don't have that many weaknesses. He wants to play rook f3. It's an interesting move. Ah, no, that's... But that's, like, closer to manslaughter than it is murder, right? It's, like, more her fault that she was there. That's what I mean. If she'd been lifting, it wouldn't have been a problem. It's not your fault she didn't lift. Wait, did I raid you? Oh yeah, you did. Thanks for the raid. Just now, I think. Yeah, 2 minutes ago. Okay, that one counts. If I get this and this, I win. Now, I won't, but if I do. Again, this pawn on e6, he'd like rather not have it at this point. Nice, now I know how to raid. There you go. That's a useful thing to have in Twitch. It's one of the Twitch specific things that that's like a huge part of Twitch culture. You know what? Take the pawn. Knock yourself out, man. You gave me the connected passers. I don't think I really, I do not like the way Ronnie's playing this. I really don't like it. I get this knight on d6. I play a pawn to d3. How do you stop my pawns? It's really hard all of a sudden. Maybe, I mean, white has the passers as well, but I feel like mine are faster. Yeah, a blowtorch is a little much, if you ask me. It feels a little showy. I think you should have taken my rook. I think I was actually in a very bad position here. I miscalculated because after rook takes, I can't take with king because of here. And I can't take with rook because he just hangs a knight. Although maybe, maybe here, 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 here. I can actually push this pawn, and this is a problem. Yeah, I'm just concretely losing material. Guns are so showy. They are showy. But you have to remember, I'm half American, right? So, like, while guns are showy, I'm always going to default to guns. I mean, you have to make do with what you have on hand, right? Improvisation is a huge part of the whole thing. Obviously. I'm not denying that. I'm actually kind of cooking in this position. Takes. Push. How do you stop my pawn? Now what you gonna do? Sometimes Americans do just be like that. How do you stop my pawns there? I don't think you can. And then I play c3, because d2 you can be stopped immediately, and then you can have time to get your king in, I think. Maybe you don't, but this looks pretty concrete. Because like here, bishop here, then if I push this pawn, then you can play bishop here and stop both the pawns, right? But by playing c3 first, yeah, it's not the same. It's not the same. We got him, boys. We blundered a piece every move, but somehow we got away with it. Somehow we got away with it, even though we blundered a piece every move. GG's. Okay, there's some interesting stuff here, Ronnie. I have a lot to say. I have some opinions on this game. I have some opinions. So, first off, opening fun. Fun fact, this is the engine line against controversial ones. Yes. But I'm not going to talk about those on stream. Anyway, B3 here is the engine line. B3 is the engine line. And then after C5, bishop B2. Now, bishop B2, I'm not sure it's correct, but... And after here, white's got, like, almost a 1.5 advantage. Which is very stinky if you're a Leningrad player. Bishop B2, A6, Rook C1, Rook B8. However, it's not the most easy, because I do have this pretty simple plan of B5. And after I got it, I've already equalized. E4... So E4, it's funny, we've talked every game about how you need to play E4, but now suddenly E4 isn't the best move, because suddenly I'm not threatening to play E4, because I don't have the pawn on E5. So this move kind of lets me open up my bishop. Now, as for alternatives, if I had to give you one right now, maybe Rook, not Rook FD1. Knight G5 is always good to threaten this, but I think it's a bluff, because I don't think you're actually going to play there. So, maybe not. Let me think. I don't know, E5's not that bad. It's hard to find a move here all of a sudden. Taking, I don't see why you took. Because this knight is misplaced, so finding a better way to play, better place to put the knight makes sense to me. Either way. E4. Oh, takes is wrong. Weird. Oh, I can play this first. I have a sneaky in-betweener. B4 was scary. Yeah, I should have played B4 here. After E5, B4, and I think I just concretely win the pawn. You go knight E2, and I go F takes, and then I can play my bishop here, and we're chilling. Yeah, I missed B4. And then I missed knight takes D5. And now you've got a completely decent position. Okay. Okay, so I'm definitely losing here. Definitely. This is the first move I disagree with. You missed a tactic. I don't watch boxing or MMA. Whenever I see it, all I can think is concussions and brain damage, and it, like, I don't like it. I do not enjoy it. So here's your first mistake. This wins an exchange. Cause, fun blobfish fact, I can't take this because my knight's trapped. The fianchettoed knight is widely considered to be the worst place the knight can be. Unironically, a lot of times it'd be better on A8, because then at least it could go to C7 or B6, which are both very normal squares. So, I can't take, so I have to play something like E5, and then you just take my rook. Clean exchange. So, first off, never seen a knight trapped like that. Just keep in mind, the fianchettoed knight, it's pretty common for it to get trapped. It's a terrible piece. Fianchettoed knights are a joke. Okay, queen e2, queen f7, knight e6. Okay, so knight e6, I'm not really threatening anything. So a4, you can kind of just take this pawn. Now, even then, knight c6. And I can't do anything because then you push again. Once again, this knight is good, but like getting his passed pawn is destructively brutal. You know? Pass pawn the a file? Yeah, I suppose. But that's why I'm saying knight c6. a4 is a computer move, but I'm more interested in knight c6. I can't take, but I also can't not take. Because then knight d8, c7, you win, right? But then if I don't take, I go somewhere here, then knight takes e7 check is really bad. Really. Or you're saying, or your idea of rook c3 is now even stronger. Right? So, that's fine. Now here, this, I don't like pawn takes. I know the computer says it's fine, but like, what are you playing for? Why not play queen takes? I don't understand. What's the problem with queen takes? Rook c2, rook a4. Ah, so the computer's saying that you can't hold all your pawns. I missed that. Okay, that makes some sense. Still. I don't know. Yeah, I don't take it. Okay, yeah. As I was attacking? Were you attacking, though? I suppose, but now you don't have an attack. You've clogged the light squares. The light squares are where you're going to get your attack. There aren't any weak light squares currently. I mean, they're not a bastion of strength. Anyway, rook c3. Rook c3 I completely missed, I'm going to be honest with you. d5 was bad because, well, first off, I missed h4. Was there rook takes f8? Rook takes f8 king. Okay, I was trying to calculate this during the game. d3. And I couldn't decide if this was good for me. But evidently it completely wins. Just shows how strong the passed pawns are. I mean, in this position, I don't know. First off, h4 is moved by. I completely missed h4. Rook f7 is disgusting. Just disgusting. That's a nice move, but you wouldn't see that unless you're familiar with the idea. Like, I probably wouldn't see it since I'm not super familiar with this idea, but the point is if I take, it only makes things worse. And queen e6 check, sorry. And it's just brutal. Again, that pawn is clogging your attacking lines. Then knight d6. Because see, now I have to play rook takes. But now here it's too late. You gave me the connected passers and the game's over. Ooh, you had rook takes d3. That's actually nice. And now your bishop's in time. By a millimeter. And now I can't do this because now your pawns are too fast. And now you win. So you have to sack the rook for the pawn in order to hold this position. And after c takes, you're actually winning. So I actually have to play rook c8 here. That's insane. And then it's calling it triple zeros. See ya, Bill. But in the game you played this, which must have been losing. Did you calculate this move? What happens after c3, or did you miss c3 and thought I could only play d2? What's the accuracy? Oh, let's find out. 72 for you and 75 for me. Miss c3? Oh yeah, that makes sense. c3 is pretty. Because the point of c3 is, while in this position, it looks like the d pawn is closer to queening than the c pawn. That's an illusion. Because here's the thing. This pawn doesn't need to queen. This pawn needs to get to this square. And this pawn needs to queen, because this is a light square. The dark square afterwards is irrelevant, because your king's too far away. So these pawns are both 2 squares from where they need to be. This pawn is not faster than this one. That's an illusion. And so, if they're faster, then I need to push the one which is more easily defensible, and that's this one. Because this one acts as a cover for it. So you push this pawn. Both pawns need 2 moves. Because 1-2, now it's winning because my third move I queen. That's a dark square. You can't do anything about it. That's chess propaganda? Yep, it's chess propaganda. That pawn on d3 needing 2 moves, or that pawn on c3 needing 3 moves, that's propaganda. I need 2. And so now the bishop blocks and I get c2 and I win. Versus, if I play d2, then you have bishop f3 and I play c3, bishop d1. Now you win. I can try But now you have time to bring your king in. And the entire game ends. You have to be careful. I mean, this is fun. Hilariously enough, this loses, but you're never. It's probably pretty easy. Just walk your king in and you win. You just play king e2. There you go. Boom, 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 boom. Chess. But yes. Why you 7 check? I have no idea. That's the computer being dumb. I legitimately have no clue. I assume there's some deep reason, or maybe the computer's just hallucinating things. I think it's just hallucinating. Yeah, I think the computer's just hallucinating. They're both the same. Boom, boom. Because it doesn't matter if my king gets here in time because you just push these pawns. And it doesn't matter. It's all dead anyway. Which is why I push the c pawn. This pawn acts as cover. Because if this pawn weren't here, you could play bishop to e4 and be the same picture. Yeah, computer trolling. End games, Ronnie. c3, important idea. Okay, wait, who's next? Antians. Is Antians still here? I don't think so. Ronnie, did you see the James Blake tweets about music? Like streaming services? No? Okay, these are interesting. These are interesting. There's a few of them. I will read them out. Just you and me in the stream? Seems like it. Something I keep seeing is, if you're lucky enough to go viral, just use the exposure to generate income some other way. Musicians should be able to generate income via their music. Do you want good music, or do you want what you paid for? If we want quality music, somebody's going to have to pay for it. Streaming services don't pay properly, labels want a bigger cut than ever and just sit around and wait for you to go viral, TikTok doesn't pay properly, and touring is getting prohibitively expensive for most artists. The brainwashing worked, and now people think music is free. And by the way, since it's cheaper to produce fast synthetic music to drop on streaming every week to capitalize on the strengths of the model, watch how the model is prepping you for AI-generated music that pays musicians nothing at all. James Blake, of course, being a critically acclaimed artist. Music industry infamous for being evil? Well, yeah. But see, normally the music industry was evil, but then people supported their artists. But now people have, like you said, the brainwashing worked and people think music is free, right? Now people are less willing to support artists because they feel like music should be free. And again, I'm not saying this is an other people, not me problem. It's hard. Hello, 9P. It's hard because with all the streaming services, you're like, oh, music's just free. But it's not. But it's not. Venture capital has been paying for it up until this point, but now the artists are starting to pay for it. That's the thing. Somehow, or not somehow, it's like I said, venture capital pumped enough money into it that it could go long enough being free. But they can make acoustic songs? What does that have to do with anything? I'm sorry. I don't understand. Okay. Let's go, 9. So yeah, I just play it slow. No reason to rush. See, now I have this, I think. I think they're easy to make. Acoustic songs, nowadays, I would not say they're easier to make than electronic music. Especially some basic synth pop. No way. Make something that'll sell, I should say. And I think James Blake would know. He's done both. James Blake's a legend. He's made some cool stuff, man. I need to listen to a full album of his. I've only listened to a few songs here and there. Well, one, he's saying it's not the future, it's now. But he's saying that it's happened because people don't pay for their music. Or people... First it was the music industries. First it was... My English doesn't work. First it was the music industry, but people have been conditioned into doing it as well. So now nobody really pays for their music, or wants to pay for their music. Probably is a more accurate way of putting it. And so it started with us getting, not bad music, but artists being incentivized to pump out a lot of music that's very TikTok friendly. And he said, and his claim here in the tweets is that it's getting us ready for AI music, which will pay artists even less. So things are really bad, like uniquely bad for artists right now. Artists can ask for donations, and many do. But that's the point. If it were just the AI music coming, then it wouldn't be a problem. But people have been conditioned to think music is free. And I don't think it's a hot take or unknown that donation-based models not rarely work, but require you to be famous, for lack of a better word. To be sustainable, right? But they get so many views on YouTube, don't they get paid enough? No, he's not talking about himself. He's doing fine. He's talking about up-and-coming artists, the next people. No. He's doing fine. Plus, music views on YouTube, I don't think is worth as much. I think the CPMs are pretty low on those. I could be wrong about that, but I'm fairly certain the CPMs on music are terrible. I'd be shocked if they weren't terrible. That's his point, is YouTube, streaming services, they pay nothing. They pay so little. Like, I mean, you can Google this stuff. Let's look at Spotify. Let's see what Spotify says. Spotify pay rate. Spotify pays artists between 0.3 of a cent and 0.5 of a cent per stream on average. So we'll be getting another Beatles if this continues? Yeah. That might be a little exaggerated, but that's by and large what his point is. The structure that exists currently in the music industry is one that incentivizes artists to put, or at worst yet, it's all going to be AI music, and everybody's just going to be ready for it. And everybody is ready for it. So, 3 cents to 5 cents per stream. So what do we want to assume a livable wage is? Are we going by US prices or outside of US prices? Because US prices is crazy. Because you can do the math. You can work backwards, right? Even if we assume the highest pay rate, which is 0.5 cent per stream. Let's do some quick maths. So, half a cent per stream. Let's say median income US. 31,000 US dollars in 2019. So there's been a ton of inflation since then. Can we get something more recent, like 23? Okay, so 67.5, but most states range between 50 and 90. So let's say 50,000, right? So let's pull up a calculator. Let's say first, let's take this. Let's say 50,000. So 50,000. So we divide that into 12 months. We divide that into 4 weeks. We divide that into 7 days. So that's $150 a day, right? Roughly. So $150 a day would be, and if we, multiply that times 2 and times 100, because half a cent per stream, then, okay, 30,000 streams per day. So to have a livable wage, median household income in the US, which a lot of people would argue, which is not enough to buy a house, not enough to make rent. Exactly, Ronnie. Exactly. But is that what CPMs change wildly depending on what the category is? Finance YouTube makes significantly more money than gaming YouTube or than music YouTube, just because the people watching finance YouTube are more valuable, right? Economics. So it varies wildly. Music YouTube will be one of the lowest ones because people aren't paying any attention. Or at least I would expect it to be. Finance and like children's content, I can't remember any more off the top of my head. Those are the two biggest ones, if I remember correctly. I know it's kids is the biggest, but I'm fairly certain. Because, advertising to children is the most profitable because children are very easy to manipulate and to convince their parents to buy things. They're significantly less aware as consumers. But they have concerts and tours. He actually addressed that. And touring is getting prohibitively expensive for most artists. Travel prices are going up. He actually specifically mentioned touring. And even then, that's his point, is that like all the typical income streams for artists are being eroded. Online concerts? Ronnie, nobody pays for online concerts. It's just not a thing. I know they've been done before. I've watched a few online concerts. Nobody pays for online concerts. Unless, you're like Taylor Swift or something. But if you're Taylor Swift, then you don't have money problems to begin with. Anything online if it's free? That's the problem. You have discovered the problem. And music, because of Apple Music and Spotify, is free. Again, back when we had records and CDs that were the primary ways of getting music, yes, the music industry and labels took a huge cut. However, there was still money. Now with streaming services paying basically nothing because they're unprofitable, Spotify has been in the red its entire life. It's not great. Yeah, I can play this immediately and win a piece. I waited to move longer than I had to. That was his point. Like, artists should be able to make money from their art, or musicians should be able to make money from their music, if it's good music, right? But you don't make... If your song goes viral on TikTok, you're not going to make any money from the TikToks themselves. James Blake talked about that too. He says, it's worth noting, this is just an example, but his song Godspeed went viral, a cover of his song of Godspeed went viral on TikTok. Neither James Blake, the person who did the remix, or Frank Ocean, the person who made the original song, ever got a cent because it was original sound in every video. Meanwhile, Rihanna took 8 to 9 million for pre-wedding in India. That's not the problem. Yeah, it's easy to point and say, okay, look how much Rihanna got paid. Boo. But like, it's not like that money would have gone to small artists to begin with. She didn't take anything away from independent artists. That's the point here. The problem isn't that the big artists are taking all the money. The problem is that there is no money. Disparity is huge. The disparity is huge, but the disparity's always been huge. The disparity will always be huge. That's annoying. It's frustrating. It could be better. It should be better. But that's a symptom, not the problem. It's a symptom. And it's a bad symptom. But it's a symptom. Socialism is the way. I don't... If it worked, then yes, but I'm not convinced. No, but his point here isn't socialism. At least I don't think it's socialism. I don't know anything about James Blake's politics. But the statement, brainwashing worked and now people think music is free, to me reads as if it's not socialism, it's Spotify being evil. Which, I mean, I guess that would be blamed on capitalism by a lot of people, but I don't know. Because you would think that capitalism would make businesses that don't make money impossible, but I suppose that's been proven false in practice. So basically, artists are making less than the average American. Basically, artists can't make enough to live via their art, even if a lot of people like their art. The level of popularity and luck, effectively, you have to get to succeed as an artist is higher than it has been in a long time. Maybe not ever. Maybe like before like records and CDs, it was harder, right? So maybe not ever, but the luck standard you need to get past to succeed as an artist from a financial perspective, greater than it's ever been. Because people have been conditioned to feel like music is free. Because for the last 10 years, music has been free. How many people have like legitimately bought music? Or how many people buy music often with Spotify and Apple Music being a thing? Don't go into the music industry, I'm not financially strong. No, that's fine. But like, artists not being able to enter the music industry because people have been convinced that they can just have their art for free is insane. That is an insane place to be. That is not an okay place to be. That's like, what's the comparison here? It's the same in the movie industry. It's like if Netflix was more successful, which is hard to think of being more successful, movies would, like if theaters didn't exist and so Netflix was the only option, people would feel like movies were free, and so you just couldn't enter the film industry anymore because people thought, you know, like, okay, why are you charging for us to watch your movie? Now, movies are a different example because they have larger budgets, but it's pretty similar. I don't think it's that different. That's the point. The point isn't... The point is that's insane. That has to be the solution. Obviously, it is a solution, and most people don't. They do it as a hobby and hope they succeed, which is fine. But, like, it's crazy that we got to the point where that's the only way. And same is for writers? Yeah. But do writers have the same problem where no one's expected to pay for anything? That's the thing. That's the thing that's being focused on specifically here. I don't know. The answer might be yes for writers. I actually don't know. The only people I know who are writers do it as a passion thing and don't ever sell anything. Like online bloggers. I don't mean to be rude. I really don't. I would argue... Hey, Redknaw, thanks so much for the follow. I would argue that for 99% of bloggers, what they're producing has no value. That's the way I want to put that. And so it isn't in the same category. Because the problem with the music thing is that the only people that can exist, the people with no value who are spamming songs that are TikTok friendly. Well, not no value, but have a very specific niche. Only a very specific niche can be financially successful, and it's not the best niche, it's just a niche. Some people would say it's one of the worst niches. I don't know. I don't have TikTok, so I have not experienced as much as TikTokification of music. Because I don't use TikTok, and I don't listen to a whole lot of pop. The reason I have an opinion on this is because I follow a lot of independent artists, and I see them struggle. Independent artists who make good stuff. You know? That's the point. Is the industry's in a place that makes zero sense. The blogging thing, I would say there are bloggers whose stuff is worth reading. But writing about traveling is valuable. It can be valuable. I wouldn't say it is valuable. It can be. And I would say most of the time it isn't. Like, I wouldn't be able to write a valuable travel blog. This is not a, ooh, nobody tries and everyone's bad. That's not my point. I'd say that in the same way that I say my stream wouldn't be valuable. Maybe to a lesser degree, because I think I provide something on my streams, but nothing that, like... It's not the same sort of thing. It's not the same category. If we're talking novels, then I think that's a better comparison point. But I don't know enough about the novel industry, because the only people I know who write don't want to publish their stuff. Like, are actively disinterested because they do it for fun and they don't want other people reading their work. Which is so funny to me, but I get it. It's funny. Let's accept your challenge. I don't know, I have the opposite problem. I want to share things before I'm done with them, and before they're anything meaningful. I don't make something meaningful and then not want to share it. Okay, it's Strand Posts. Whoa, that's fun. Oh yeah, no, that's true as well. Now, again, I don't know enough about the photography industry to know if that's a problem. Or how big of a problem it is. It's definitely a problem, but how big of a problem it is. It wouldn't surprise me if it was a huge problem, though. I would not be surprised. But shared without proper attribution is at least a little different, I would think. Unless the entire industry is set up that that's the only way to do photography, is to have people steal your work. Which is what's happened to the music industry on TikTok, right? That's the point. And again, I'm not saying this is exclusive to music. Showing another industry where the same thing is happening doesn't make me wrong about the music industry. It doesn't make James Blake wrong about the music industry. It's not mutually exclusive, you know? And I would say it probably is a problem with a lot of industries because it's a very... Do I want to trade... Do I want to take this first and then take this? I think that's good. It looks good. Because just the way a lot of businesses are set up today is that sort of be unprofitable forever and keep getting investments until you're a monopoly, and then you can charge whatever you want because you're a monopoly, right? You know, Uber, Netflix, Spotify, there's a million examples. Airbnb, all these examples of companies with this model. Merchandise sales and crowdfunding seems like a solution. Okay, so the crowdfunding thing, that's the donations thing, right? It's a solution. A lot of people are trying it, but very few people donate to artists because people have been incentivized to think it's free. And merchandising is possible, but that goes back to the point where it's like musicians to be able to generate income via their music, what's the point. And also, merchandising, I would say, is most likely only even available as an option to a very select number of people. Just in general. Again, there are ways to work around it, but that doesn't make it not a crazy and terrible place to be. Again, I'm not a musician, but I know a lot of musicians. And I follow a lot of musicians. Oh, I'm stupid. You can just take that. Ugh. Hallucinating. It's that time of night. It's past 10. My chest gets significantly worse. I mean, I have some compensation, right? It's a better solution than nothing, but it's not even a solution necessarily. It's a, like I said, a workaround. They can hope one of their songs gets viral, otherwise it seems dystopian. Exactly. And for your song to go viral, it needs to be TikTok friendly. Or it massively helps to be TikTok friendly to the point where it's very difficult to go viral without being TikTok friendly, which creates a sort of homogenization. Right? Because to have a decent chance of success, you need this, this, and this quality. That's not an amazing recipe for artistic diversity. And that was the final James Blake point, was that, okay, so we're creating this homogenization of music, and we're going to get to the point where it's going to make AI music extremely stomachable because it's just going to be like everything else, because AI art in general is just like everything else. That's the problem with AI art, is there's no creativity because it's just buffed up autocorrect. And so it's also putting, in the same way people were conditioned in order to be ready for, I saw a video about do this, songs are getting shorter, relying on the hook and not the whole song. Absolutely. And so because of this, we already saw how people were conditioned to think songs are free and how big of a problem that is. And so now people are getting conditioned to think all songs being very similar and very homogenized is a normal thing. And so when AI music comes out and does that, it'll also be fine, and artists won't have any recourse then either. I know the full song. I actually like the full song, but that's beside the point. You're still right. Oh, Bones? You mean Rack and Bones? Like, I'm Only Human? Or is there a new song I don't know about? Again, I'm not on TikTok, so. But that is a thing. That's the thing that's been happening for a while, because that's been true of the music industry for some extent for forever, because it's been known that having more hooks and more immediately grabby hooks is better for radio, right? Because people are less likely to switch off your song. So that's been a thing for forever. Imagine Dragons? Oh. Which one is that one again? I don't remember, but get the Imagine Dragons songs mixed up. I can't remember. I know what you're talking about. No Pink Floyd would survive today? I disagree with that to some extent. But it's harder for them to survive today. Because, like, I would say... Now, saying Black Country New Road is Pink Floyd is a little bit exaggerating, because I know Pink Floyd has this legendary discography. But, like, Black Country New Road doesn't do the Spotify-ification thing, and they are doing okay. So you have bands not doing it and surviving. That's not the problem, is that it's impossible. The problem is that it's harder than it has been up until this point. It's getting prohibitively difficult. And it's going to get worse, and we can see how it'll get to the AI point, which was even worse. Because with the AI art thing, basically everyone loses. Everyone but the people who made the AI for the art. And I'm not anti-AI art, for the record. I have a more positive opinion than most people I know. But I completely see the fear that we're reaching a point where people don't care if the art is good or not. Yeah. But again, that's been in the music industry for a while. The problem is that there were alternate ways of going about it, and those alternate ways are getting harder. That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to say. Radio was always that sort of idea, right? Very sugary, very easy to get through, whatever. But you didn't have to go through radio to succeed. It was very helpful. It was probably the easiest way. But you didn't have to. You didn't have to be radio friendly. You know? There were other ways of winning. But we're, to some degree, losing those other ways. Chess is brutal. Thank you for the follow. It is. Chess is absolutely brutal. It's barbaric. Hello. That's what I mean. Not even a copy, but a song made in the same style. It's a scary... Things are already worse than they have been in a long time. And so when people see signs that it's going to get even worse, it's real scary. You know? But we'll see. Maybe it's the last generation of lyricists. Again, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that. What's what I'm looking for? That apocalyptic. But it doesn't need to be that apocalyptic to be terrible. If anything, that not being that apocalyptic makes it worse. Because, like, if it's that apocalyptic, then there'll at least be, like, a counterculture movement where it's like, oh, yeah, we're not doing any AI art. We're not doing any of this stuff because it's all terrible, la-di-da-di-da. But if it's just bad enough that it's almost impossible to succeed, but not bad enough that it's impossible, then there'll be the excuse of, oh, well, just get good. You know? I'm not going to say it's worse, but it's almost worse. That's what I mean. It's almost worse. And again, that's why it scares artists. Masterclass on the future of music? I wish. I just, you know, I listen. And smart people say a lot of things. It's been a pleasure. Okay, give me a second. How fast can we cook this fella? I've been dilly-dallying too long. Where's the mate? He currently has no checks, which is nice. You can trade off queens, which will make the mate take forever. It's fine. We could just take, honestly, but... Oh, no. No, this is... Could also do this. It's a little unnecessarily fancy. What is my style if not unnecessarily fancy? Speaking of which, what's up? Unnecessarily fancy. Let's go. What's up? Wink. Okay. We stopped the pawn forever. Now I can move on to more important things. Like getting our king in and pushing my pawn. Do you want to come in? Be my guest. That's what I thought. Uh-oh. A second. How do I force a mate somehow? Hello, Vagos. How are you holding up? I mean, I'll just do this and take here. Keep it simple, right? Can't be bad. Push. And then we just keep checking and pushing. Check. Push. Check. You can go here, but then I go king e7. Same problem. Push. A million years later. There must have been a faster way to win this game that I just didn't see. There must have been. Yeah. Here, here, and then the mate plays itself. Okay, let's see what happened. Let's see what happened. $70.9 to 77.7. Okay, so far so good. G5, G4 here is really weird. Give me a second. Is this the position? This is where I can play D5 here. I remember. No, it's bad. This is a move early. It's a move early. I can play D5. You're supposed to play Queen D2 first. I remember I studied this line with a friend of mine, but I forgot the prep during the game. No, I can play D5. You have to play Queen D2 first. You have to play Queen D2 first, and then when I play Knight C6, then you go G4. This is the line. If you play G4 first, I get D5. Right? And the whole point of this line is you're trying to prevent D5, because if we go back to the main position, Queen D2, Knight C6, G4, I can't play D5 because you have G5, and when I move my knight, you just get a free pawn. And it's terrible for me. However, if you play G5, if you play G4 early, then when I play D5 and you play G5, I have knight takes E4. Right? And then after F takes E4, E5, this is a difficult position for both sides, but I would rather play black here. Yeah, no, Queen D2 first is very important. Queen D2 and then G4 is one of the main lines of the dragon. G4 immediately allows D5 and you get this. And the main move is like knight F4 and then you play D5 and it goes completely insane. Oh no, you don't take first. I'm sorry, you take on C3 first. You have to be careful in these lines. You let the knight sit there because it's trapped. And it's like Queen D8, Rook D8. BC3, and then now King G7. Knight C6 is also a move. Let's say we play Knight C6. Knight C6, BC5, King G7. Now we play King G7. Bishop C5, and Bishop E6. Bishop H3 is also a move. It's chess. You can also take this as black, which is part of what makes this position so difficult, is black has a number of possible moves on every move. Not that many, but like, it's not the easiest thing on the planet. Now you have to play E5. But again, knight F5 is the main move. And so this has not been proven to be that much of an advantage for white. Which is why you go Queen D2 first. Because if we look at the same move, but we go Queen D2, Knight C6, because Knight C6 is the move here. Then after G4, I go for D5, and I try this. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. I can take on C6. That is a problem. Because now I just stay down a piece. I don't get to get my D4 fork. Very bad. So the line is Queen D2 first, because if you play G4 first, I have knight takes E5. E5, E4. I knew that was a problem, I just couldn't remember why. Nice to know. Yeah, it's crazy stuff. That's why I love the dragon. It's because there's goofy stuff like this all the time. Now, e5 is also a move here. Again, this line is insane. And then 98, and then f4. And this is also fine for black, evidently. Even though it looks scary, because I can barely tell you why, honestly. This is not as strong of a structure as it looks. And believe it or not, white has a somewhat difficult time getting castled. As soon as you move your queen, I'm taking on g4. And you can't castle through the check. So it's actually kind of hard to get your normal plan going. You play something like h3, suddenly I have g5 and I'm okay. Queen f3. Okay, let's see about queen f3. Queen f3. Queen f3 is playable. Then I play f6. Your queen is opposite my rook. Do you have queen takes? Queen takes, knight takes, bishop takes g4. Queen e2? Do you want to play queen e2 back after f3 or before f6? Do you want queen e2 before or after f6? Do you want to provoke f6 then go back, or do you want to go here immediately? Before. Gotcha. I thought so. Okay, now here I play f6 anyway. Same thing. Hello, egg. 1500 rapid and 1600 bullet? Oh, that's pretty sick. Castling immediately, I take here and I'm up a pawn. And then I take with knight, and I'm actually got better pieces than you do somehow. Because now my knight's kind of threatening to take here with bishop anyway. I told you, this line is weird. This is a really weird line. It's super hard to play for both sides. I've lost so many games to stupid blunders in this position. It's insane. Again, I knew a guy. For the longest time, me and him would play sparring matches, and this was his line of choice. He started with the takes and the knight f5 stuff, but then he moved on to playing this e5 stuff because he felt it was more practical. Which, to be fair, it is very practical, but it's also really hard. Because, like, just finding a move here for white is difficult. Evidently, you have to play e6. Like, you must play e6. It's not optional. If you play anything else, it's like small advantage black. 2000 bullet, 2000 blitz, and almost 2100 rapid. Ooh, all over 2k. That's nice. And it's like e6, f5, and we play this position. Which is, like, completely unhinged. But it's, and the thing about it is, it lacks the character that normally occurs from dragon positions because you don't get your normal attack as white. Now, as white, you get some compensation because, like, the black pawn structure is all messed up. Black's pieces are weirdly placed. You've got some strong pieces, and your king is probably safer long term. See you, pigeons. However, it's a really difficult position to play. Now, I love this stuff. I live for this stuff. I'm so mad I forgot my lines. I live for this stuff, but it goes crazy. So, and the thing is, you can avoid all of that by playing queen d2 first, because none of it works after queen d2 first. Now I have to play the main line, which is like bishop e6. And I'm sure you've seen this stuff before. If you're playing g4, I'm sure you know this. Now I have to play the actual main lines, and we play like a normal game of chess where it's like, oh, you have slight positional advantage, and you play for kingside attack, and you get castle king, and... Good, but the goofy is fun. See? My man. My man. Oh, that's the thing about the dragon. There's these, like, random lines. Giovanni Giorgio, thank you so much for the follow. Was that recent? Or did I just miss it before? That was recent. That's why I love the dragon. There's so many of these, like, random lines that you, like, go off on a tangent somewhere, and if both sides know just a little bit of theory, you get these positions that look like nothing else. Like, I'm not sure if you've heard of the Carlsen Sicilian. You probably have. Right? It's knight c3, and if d6, you play d4, with the point being you take with queen. And after knight c6, you play queen d2. And the point is you go here, 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 in castles. Right? And you play for a kingside attack really quick. And you get this bishop on g2 really quick. And it's a pretty practical way of playing. So, in this line, I have prep 2. I have G6. Oh, no, not G5. I have G6 prepped here. Imagine if it was G5, though. It's almost as crazy. So, I have like G6, B3, and then I do a really fast Bishop H6. Yeah. G6 is like the 3rd most popular line of memory serves. Then like F4, F5. I love this line so much. This is such a stupid line. Can I be next opponent? Sure thing. This is such a stupid line. Look at this. Why F4, F5? Well, you have to play F4 here as white. There really isn't another decent move to suggest. If you play D3, then I take on C1 and I've invalidated your entire opening. Right? Because now you can't castle queenside and you have these weird light dark squares on your queenside. It defeats the purpose of the opening. So you have to play F4 here. There's no other move that makes any logical sense, right? So you have to play F4. And the point of F5 is this pawn is really difficult to defend. Like impossible to defend. I'm going to play knight F6 and I'm going to take it. And you're going to be a pawn down. Because you can't take here. If you take here, I play bishop takes and I'm chilling. These bishops are amazing. These bishops are incredible. Right? So you don't really want to take. But if you don't take, it's almost impossible to defend this pawn. It looks stupid again? It looks so... It's so stupid. It's so funny. Because like bishop b2, knight f6. And the main line is you could try to defend the pawn. And play like queen a5. It's so funny. Or you could castle immediately and sack the pawn. I play like f takes, then h3. So good. This is good stuff. And I'm basically trying to claim that like, okay, yeah, you have a kingside attack coming, but I'm a pawn up and my center is strong. You're not going to break through. I'm going to survive. Because if I survive, these pawns are actually really good at the endgame. So if I survive, I'm chilling. That's kind of an if in this position, though. But look, the engine gives it pretty much triple zeros. It's so good. I love the dragons so much. Because what my favorite part about this is like, you have people like yourself, right? You play the G4 stuff, or people play this Magnus Sicilian stuff, but they don't look at these like obscure engine lines that are like that only start like 8 moves deep and look completely stupid. And so if you pull it in a rapid game, people just disintegrate. Because how are you even supposed to come up with a plan in this position as either color? It looks so stupid. Like, plan finding in this position is legitimately difficult. Like, you play G4 here, and you lose on the spot because I can sack my knight. You know what I mean? Like, what? And I play bishop f4, and your queen's pinned to your king. That's a very easy tactic to miss. So you can't play G4 yet. The goofy doesn't stop. It doesn't. So you have to play like knight ge2 or like king b1. And either way, and here I could play d5, and here come my center pawns. Remember? These are kind of annoying. It's not the end game yet, but still, pass pawns, baby. If you go knight ge2, I could just play bishop g7. It's like, now we're playing a normal opening. But I've got this weird random pawn that I really shouldn't have. g4, bishop e6. f5, bishop f7. Just chilling. Look at this setup. It's so funny. It's so funny. Because it's not wrong. It looks so wrong, but it's not wrong. So if you try to prove it wrong, you might just die. I have another guy I know who plays this as white, and so I've gotten a lot of practice in this as black as well. So whenever no one plays this, right? Super obscure. But whenever someone does, it's just instant win. Instant win. Random engine lines. Okay. Giovanna Giorgio? Yeah. What's your chess.com name, if you don't mind me asking? It's so sad that the Yugoslav is the best line, because it's not boring, but some of the lines can be a little dry. Oh yeah, it's Vagos' turn. I'm sorry. It is your turn. And then afterwards I can play you Giovanna. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's one person in line in front of you. I forgot. Oh wait, I appreciate it. Sorry. Oh, it's so good. It's such good stuff. It's what I live for, man. I live for winning lost endgames and playing obscure dragon lines that feel a lot worse than they are. Is this a thing? This doesn't look like a thing. I am very skeptical. No, I'm a black repertoire for the dragon. That's stupid. It's not only stupid, but it's not any of the main lines. Those are only side lines that nobody plays because everyone just plays the bishop c4 main line. Because if you're white, why would you deal with that? Just play bishop c4, king b1, and get a very easy game where you're attacking, right? And black has to be the one bend over backwards to try and win. Because, you know, it's move 8, queen c2, in the position where you played g4, that position is queen d2, and then black plays knight c6, and then white has 3 options, right? White has g4, castles long, and bishop c4, and all 3 have completely different character. All 3 are completely different in the way they feel and the way they flow. Bishop c4 is the main line. It's considered the most challenging. It's like the engine line, right? Castles long has like 2 big lines where either you get a slightly better endgame that you grind out for the rest of time, or you also have the option of playing a really goofy line where you end up like exploding the center way earlier than makes any sense. And then g4, like you played, basically gives black a long-term positional disadvantage, but he gets weird dynamics for it. Because like bishop e6, knight takes e6, pawn takes e6. Yes, my pawns are doubled in the center, and you have the bishop pair. However, I have some good central squares for my knight, and the open f file is better than it looks. All of it's difficult for black. None of these lines are like, other than the goofy lines I just showed, which are all totally cool, like the main lines, none of them are really amazing for black. But they give pretty good chances because they're very difficult to play. Now they're harder for black, but that's part of the fun. Again, that's why the dragon isn't played too much anymore, is because frankly the Najdorf is just considered better. Anytime you play the dragon, you just play the Najdorf. This bishop's pretty terrible, but on the other hand, also I hate to see c4 in a dragon. Is black or is white? Pawn to c4. Pawn to c4 should never be a move, though. Like, if you allow pawn to c4, then you've messed up your move order and led him into an accelerated, Which even the accelerated dragon is considered slightly better than the normal dragon, just because you don't have to deal with the Yugoslav. Is it really early? How early? Are you talking like move 2, move 3? Oh, that's a completely different line. Yeah. Cause see, but here's the thing about that. If they play c4 before you go knight f6, you don't actually play knight f6. Right? You play e5, c5. And then you put your knight on e7 and play g6, f5 and play it like a King's Indian. And black gets a completely decent position. Right? Because white's already committed their knight to f3, and so playing f4 is harder for them than playing f5 is for you. Now, white gets a ton of play on the queen side, and you gotta be super careful because you have a ton of weaknesses on the queen side. However, it's a battle of ideas. It's like a King's Indian, but less dangerous for black. You don't have as many winning chances as you do in the King's Indian either, so it's like a calmer King's Indian. I'll show you in a second. I'll show you after this game. Yeah, I know a guy who played that too. And so I had to find out what to do against that one as well, because it was super annoying. Just kept getting these like dry positions. It's like, ugh. I have to play as black? You can play as whatever color you like. It doesn't bother me one way or another. Whatever you prefer. I'm gonna move this rook. Doesn't have an obvious square. Actually, I'm gonna put it here. That way I can play knight a4 to c5. I normally pick random when I'm playing anyone in the stream, but I don't have to. It's just because I don't really think about it too hard, if I'm being honest. This bishop's terrible. I don't really want to let you have that. Okay, how can I fix this? I can't push this. Honestly, at this point, I might just sack it for the a6 pawn. That might just be the play. Here, and then I just go skadoosh. Because this is very annoying. There's a very good chance I'm just going to sack it on a6. I just have to calculate a little bit first. Because the bishop's doing literally nothing, and I don't see an easy way of making it do something. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong, though. Maybe I'd rather sack it on c6? No, it doesn't change the picture. It's the same thing. I'm going to end up taking on a6 at the end either way. The problem is now he gets his knight on b7. Although I don't know if that's too bad. I don't know if the knight does that much on b7. It's funny. Black has the knight, and the knight should be preferred in this position, but it's kind of difficult to find a plan here. Huh. So I can sack next move. There's no rush. And so I'm just gonna poke around a little bit. Make my presence known. Maybe come back here. See what he does about it. He lets me sit on this square. I think it's good for me. I think. Huh. So I don't need the check yet. I'm not going to check him. I'm going to leave that for later. Because I still have the option of coming back to c5. So I have both coming back to c5 and checking him. I don't want to give up one of those until I know what his plans are. This looks most principled. So what's your plan here, buddy? Home slice. I love this line too. I used to play this against London back when I played the Slav. As the black pieces, right? So I'd be a tempo down, but you don't play G6 normally, so you just keep the bishop on F1 until you do something goofy with it on the queen side. And it's not... It's sound in the sense that it's fine for both colors, but it's not instantly winning because white has some ways to liquidate there. This just looks terrible. I don't see what you play here. Maybe I'm missing something. Or maybe it's just winning. Because it looks like the best option is for you to sack your knight, right? Like, you sack your knight, and then you play, like, c4, and now I have to deal with the passer as well. But my king gets there in time, so I don't think it works either. That's the thing about playing like this is white. First off, I'm happy to see e4, because e4 is just incorrect. I'm fairly certain you're supposed to take here and try to make it so that this pawn is as weak as possible, because this pawn is pretty weak. But just closing off the king side only benefits me, because if you notice here, right, my advantage is on the queen side, because that's where I have my most space, that's where my pieces point, that's where everything is. That's where I can push a pawn. So the queen side is where I have the advantage, the king side is where black has the advantage, and in the center as well, also in some lines. And so black basically shutting everything down on the king side only helps me, because it means I don't have to think about it anymore. I can reroute everything to the queen side, which is what I did. There you go. Let's see. Let's see what we got here. Okay. 93.9 accuracy is white. And see, I played only obvious moves. And black got 84.3. Black played pretty well for the opening. So the opening is fine. This is all fine so far. Hello, Kara. Okay, so first things first. This is all fine. This is actually recommended. Knight a6 is recommended here because this sort of forcing a capture, this a file is going to be a thorn in your side for the rest of the game. However, I'm going to sleep. It's like midnight. Fair. It's 11 p.m. here, so I've got a little bit longer. Actually, speaking of which, I should close the queue. Anyway, so the strength of this is the open a file. The weakness is the weak b4 square, right? And so a6 to b4 is very annoying for me because getting rid of that knight is a lot harder than it looks. Karovny Kokurik. They just die. Yep. It's actually really difficult to deal with this knight, and it blunts the h file. So it's actually a very good piece on a6. Which is a little backwards, but okay. So far so good. Okay, so thing number 2. In this position, pushing this pawn is a mistake. You should be taking at some point, not right now. You should be taking at some point and playing for the open file and also the weakness of this d4 pawn. Because this pawn's kind of miserable. Right, let's say I castle. Then you go like knight f8 to e6, to knight to d7, to bishop to f6, and you maneuver your pieces around this pawn. This is my big weakness. This is the big problem in my position. Charovny, is that second C also a CH? I guess every time I say your name, so I have no consistency. You play knight f8, then right here. No, c is a c. Got it. Wonderful. Not k. I'm sorry that the Latin alphabet is cringe. Okay? I would just put everything in Cyrillic if it were up to me. W's be darned. Charovny Kochurik. There you go. So like knight f8 to here, to here, to here. And this pawn is insanely weak. So that's like black's game plan. So, in the game, what happened was you pushed, and after all that happened, you ended up with no way of breaking through. Even though the position is use of Latin alphabet, you should be. Anyway, in this position, even though the computer says it's totally fine for black, it's miserable because you have no plan. Charovny Kokurik. You happy now? That no, a C is a C seemed to imply that you were meant it was a CH and that all C's should be CH's, which I don't know why, but that's what it implied to me. Anyway, knight g7. And now it's a miserable defensive task. You don't really have a plan. Saying knight e6. And then rook a b8. And you just kind of sit. What's the plan for white here? This. b5. I will go here. Let's say you move back and forth, right? For the sake of argument. I go here, and then I go here. Starship Troopers is excellent. And the problem is, if you take, I take with knight. If you don't take, I take here, and I have the passed b pawn. And you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. That's the plan. I'm pushing this and then sacking my knight. And if, let's say, earlier you move your rook out of the way, then I am 100% prepared to sack my bishop. 1,000,000% prepared. You waste another move, I'm taking this immediately. And this pawn is miserable to deal with. And then I have this coming. And then whoop, whoop. I'm moving and tell myself, oh, this is good in the middle of it. Yeah. Starship Troopers is like the perfect level of camp. It's legendary. The last time I watched a movie like that was the new Spider-Verse. That one was just insane to me. Yeah, you know, like campiness, like that cheesiness sort of thing. You know, The Princess Bride, Season 1 Star Trek, that sort of thing, you know? No, Starship Troopers is great. I completely didn't get it on my first watch, but I got it the second time. It makes a lot more sense when you realize what it is. Yeah, so I sack here, and then, like, there's so many options. I can play b5, and then if you take, it's great for me. I push this. If you don't take, I take. It's miserable. Wait, don't you not get how much of a parody it was of everything? Democracy, totalitarianism, nationalism, military propaganda. Yeah, no, I watched it a number of years ago, and I didn't get it. But then, once I got it, I was like, oh, that's genius. Because it does it really well. Because it plays it completely straight. You know, you watch a movie like Idiocracy or something, right? Which Idiocracy isn't terrible, but it doesn't play it straight. It has a straight man character in the movie who's like, oh, this is insane. And so you're like, oh, this is insane. Actually, there's two characters like that. But Starship Troopers doesn't have a straight man. Everyone is insane. And the level of commitment is incredible. Rook takes a6. So yeah, my plan is here, here, and then I'm sacking my bishop. Even though the entire movie you have to click to learn more, as if you're watching Game Merchants in the early 2000s website, it's Again, it does. It's like all the way, full committal. Then knight takes b6. I understand why you went for it, but as you probably knew during the game, it's not very good. That's the problem with this position, is it's so difficult to find a plan here. Like rook AB, I go, I don't know, rook AB, sorry. Just like, I don't know, bishop f1. Saying like knight g5, and you mentioned infiltrate on light squares. King g2, knight f3. Bishop e1. Okay, so maybe you can push here and make something happen, but I'm not sure if you're fast enough. Ah, it's saying you sack your knight after I sack my bishop. That's okay. That makes sense. So if you can get your knight to like the f1, f3 or h3 squares, then you can get something interesting. So knight takes b6, c takes b6, bishop takes b4, and then now I still go for my normal plan, but I'm just not even going to be losing material. That stops mid-movie when it starts speeding up, then it comes back one last time at the very end, making you finish watching some recruitment video. It's because it like that's the best part about it. It low-key is a recruitment video. It basically is just a recruitment video. Like, no main characters die. Like, all the people who were in that high school class all come back together at the end and realize their role in the military industrial complex. You know, it totally is a recruitment video. And then just, now there's nothing you can do anymore. These positions are hard, but exactly. It's like right on that line the entire time. It's great. But yeah, so you should be taking here. And now, Starship Troopers on my best movies list. If it isn't, it belongs there. Giovanna, it's your turn. I forgot what chess.com name was, but when you challenged me, it wasn't unrated. And I usually try to play unrated against viewers, so if you don't mind making it unrated, I would prefer it that way. Let me check my movies list. Okay, give me a second. Here we go. Movie list. Found it. Perfect. Thank you. It's not on my movies list. Oh, okay, we have to put it on. I have a ping? What does that mean? Yep. Again, it's just like, it's not subtle, but in the best of ways. No, again, that's what made it feel like a recruitment video, though. Is the kind of style sort of thing, where like everything was perfectly aesthetic. Like the main character being a very... And the main character and the main girl both being like very stereotypically attractive young people with like blonde hair and blue eyes, and like they never had any injuries that made them ugly throughout the entire thing. Like no facial anything. No, they were all fine the entire movie. It's just so funny. Starship Troopers is not on my best movies list. Okay, we'll do a ranking real quick. Just give me a second. So, 141, Sin. I forget to put movies on there. What can I tell you? So, the way I do it is I have 141 movies in the list currently. And so I just go down the list and ask, is it better than this movie halfway through? And then I split the difference. Medic! Anyway, and eventually I get to the point where I'm like, yes, this is where it belongs. So, we start at point 70. Is it better or worse than Cloverfield? Oh, it's already hard. Usually it takes a few times to get hard. Yes. It's a found footage. I'm the biggest bird. I know someone on Sesame Street who might disagree with you. Cloverfield found footage. What? The movie Cloverfield. Charovny was discussing their adoration for the movie Starship Troopers, with which I completely agree. And so we were deciding where it goes on my list that I have of my favorite movies. And so the way I have my list set up is it's currently 141 movies long. And so when I'm putting a new movie on it, I ask if it's better than the middle movie, and then if it's better, then I cut out the bottom and ask it's better than the middle of that, and I keep doing that until I eventually find where it is, you know? It goes pretty good. Although, the more I think about it, the more I like Starship Troopers more. In which case, we go up to 35. Is it better or worse than Joker? The Joaquin Phoenix one. The movie Joker. No, I think there's only been the Joaquin Phoenix Joker movie. I'm pretty sure that's the only one. Pretty sure. Joker's way better. I might agree with you, Talos. I like Joker a lot. Joker was real good. I'm thinking about it though. I'm leaning Joker, not gonna lie to you. In a really weird position. How do I play this position? Yeah, this seems fine. Weird position. Yeah, I'm gonna go Joker. In which case, it goes down to, well, half of 35 would be 17 and a half, but we can't exactly go there, so we're gonna go 17. So that's 40. It's 52. So 52. Number 52 is Raising Arizona. Oh no, that's a hard one. See, I forget about these movies until I think about them again. How do you even discuss? Well, I would say how do you discuss those two movies in the same breath, but honestly that applies to any movie in Raising Arizona. Because Raising Arizona is just an emotional experience. Yeah. No, yeah. How do we... I never heard of it. It's a comedy featuring, amongst others, Nicolas Cage playing a guy, and him and his wife want a kid, and so they kidnap a baby. And so it's a Nicolas Cage movie where he plays a southerner who kidnaps a baby. And that's the movie. It's very stupid. It's incredibly stupid. I find it hilarious because in certain cases, If it's well executed, I find stupid very funny. But it's very stupid. That's a weird move. This is a weird position. What am I doing? I vaguely remember Monster House. Is this a copy pasta? No. The moves are all over the place? Yeah. And Raising Arizona is like as all over the place as you're going to get. It's 80. It's from 87. Raising Arizona is just hard to put anywhere because it's at the same time brilliant and like one of the worst movies you'll ever see, you know? And so putting it anywhere on any list is very difficult. Need to see it? After that glowing recommendation. It's like, have you seen So I Think I Married an Axe Murderer? No. Okay, I was going to say it's like that, which it is, but if you haven't seen it, that's not the most helpful. That's also another very stupid comedy that's very funny. Although, that one's Mike Myers. It's not a copy pasta? Okay, I couldn't tell. It sounded vaguely like a copy pasta, which made it hard. So I Think I Married an Axe Murderer is also very good. I liked Raising Arizona a bit better, but they got that same sort of thing going where they're just like the brain cells that are required to even comprehend. I've seen that on. It's crazy. It's an emotional roller coaster. So I was going to say that Raising Arizona is probably most comparable to that. They're different movies and they have a lot of differences, but it's like that. I would call them the same genre. if for better or for worse. I've seen Raising Arizona. Oh yeah, no, yeah. Long time ago, yeah. That one's yeah. It's a party. So that movie on my movie list, right? Are you 7.3 rating? That, yeah, the sign of a good movie. Anyway, so like that's number 52 on my list. So would we put Starship Troopers above or below that? That's the question. That's why I was having a heart attack, right? .3 rating. See, they even have the same IMDb rating. That's how hard it is. Compare Arizona's flipped out comedy Starship Troopers is hardcore sci-fi. I'm not sure what to call. I'm not sure if Starship Troopers is hardcore sci-fi. I'm not sure what to call Starship Troopers either. That's the thing. Both of them like barely can be called a movie in any genre that exists. Right? That's part of the problem. We're talking about movies. Specifically good ones. And I have a list of movies that I keep, that I try to rate in order, just off personal preference, you know? And so we're discussing specifically Starship Troopers and Raising Arizona, and which one's better? Too Fast, Too Furious? I haven't seen it. I've seen the first Fast and Furious, and I've seen Hobbs and Shaw, which is like one of the newer ones. But I have not seen Too Fast, Too Furious. I intend to, but I have not yet. Oh, this is a very frustrating position. That's the best one. I'll have to watch it then. Like I said, it's not for want of want. That made more sense in my head. I would say Starship Troopers. I'm leaning Starship Troopers, actually. And see, what I've been looking at is, if I find the specific rating difficult, I look at the movie one above, one below. So this is 52, so I look at 51 and 53. And so 51 is Nightcrawler, and 53 is Tron Legacy. I like Tron Legacy quite a bit. And so looking at that makes me lean Starship Troopers. Tron Legacy is good. Thank you. That movie gets hate for no reason. Yes, I approve. So, because of that, when I see Starship Troopers compared to Nightcrawler and Tron Legacy, I would still put it slightly above. Okay, so we did that. So then half of 17.5, we did 18, so like 6. So we got 6 up, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, now, the 1955 version of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea is number 46. Guess what? What? And that's number 46. I heard Star Trek Troopers has a book, and the book is going pretty in-depth to politics and stuff. Apparently they go more in-depth with the psychic stuff. Huh. I can see it. Beat 2100 today? Hey, that's sick! At least that's what he is on his main. We take those. That counts. I count it. Yeah, I heard the book takes the politics more seriously. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I heard. First time ever being someone above 1700? No, it's... The whole ELO system is based on bell curves and win probabilities. And with that in mind, you always have a chance of beating someone higher rated than you. Even if it feels like the chance is 0, it never is. Which is both encouraging and discouraging, depending on your perspective. Why aren't you playing serious? Because it's past 11 p.m. my time, and I get really tired, and it makes it hard for me to play very serious chess. I get more distractible. Normally, I do take the games more seriously than this. I'm just extremely tired. So I'm proud? Oh, you should be. Let's not get mated. Thank you very much. Massive difference. Huge. But that's a 100 to 1. So he should beat you 100 times for every one time you beat him. Or the odds. No. Yeah, 100. Because 400 elo is a 10 to 1, if memory serves. Three times it's 2-1. So he's got another 98 to go. Have you watched the Boys series? I have not. I've heard it's raunchy for the sake of being raunchy, and I typically don't enjoy that. Like edgy just because it can be edgy, you know? Ooh, that's a pretty checkmate. It's a weird shape. Okay, let's figure out what happened. Distractable? I'm going to steal that word. It's a very useful word. Okay, so, Starship Troopers. Better or worse than 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea? I'll give you the movies next to it as well, because that's also a more obscure movie. The movie right below 20,000 Leagues is 47, Apollo 13. The movie right above it is number 45, Napoleon Dynamite. Not seen any of those three? Okay, I'll go up. One above Napoleon Dynamite is Gladiator. One below Apollo 13 is UHF. Still not ringing any bells? Live, Die, Repeat, Edge of Tomorrow? Oppenheimer? Oppenheimer's number 49. Edge of Tomorrow, Live, Die, Repeat is 43. Although I might put Oppenheimer higher. It's been growing on me. Okay, so I'm curious where it all went wrong, because I think I was doing okay for a while. Okay, so this was wrong, evidently. Was it Queen E1 to play E5? That was my other plan. Yeah, it looks like this is a better plan. Saying the best plan was C5. Interesting. The Die Repeat was pretty good? Yeah. So basically, Starship Troopers or Live, Die, Repeat, let's say. C5. That makes sense. Makes sense. So I went for the wrong pawn break. And so now I'm suffering. Yeah, and I found Queen D6 too late. Queen D6 is definitely a good move, but it's not. The timing was wrong. I almost played this, but what I couldn't justify was I couldn't figure out what to do in this position. Because knight takes, f takes, and then like bishop g2, and I felt like the pawn was hanging, and like the rook on f. F1 was a problem. But the computer's saying I played queen b6 first. Ah. And in the game I played queen b6. I played this, which let's say I played queen b6. What'd you play here? You went bishop h3. So I go here, takes queen b6, and I'm threatening this and this. Aha. Okay, let's say you just play bishop h3 or something. Queen takes b2 is a problem. Okay, so you can't let me play queen takes b2. So rook b1. Ah, knight g4. That's the point. So the point is, if I play e4 after takes, I can play queen b6 now because I have knight g4. Because now you're not threatening anything. Now bishop takes e7 doesn't do anything. So knight g4 is actually a huge problem because the d3 square is a huge weakness. And you haven't castled yet. That makes sense. Okay, okay. Meanwhile, bishop h3 was incorrect because it lets me have like b5. I think Starship Troopers are better. I'm leaning towards yes. Well, anyway, I asked about the voice because I recently learned that one of the main characters seems to have had quite a bit of plastic surgery done, and why do these poor souls fall prey to the pressure of the public? Oh no, it's another one of those? Oh, I don't understand it, man. I mean, I have never really understood even like how people find like heavy makeup attractive. I mean, I don't like, obviously it's none of my business what makeup people use and what makeup people don't use, but I've never understood the appeal, right? And so the plastic surgery is like that but worse for me. I don't get it at all. Now rook takes a3 first. Yeah. I got my move orders wrong. It's definitely not that bad, but I have to push here. Because now I get my pieces in. Okay. So every move we played here, I basically found the wrong way of getting my pieces into the position. How interesting is that? Okay, so I'm going to say Starship Troopers was better, which means it goes 4 up. Is it better or worse than the Prestige? I like the Prestige a lot. I don't think I could put it above the Prestige. I'm going to be real. I don't think there's a universe where the Starship Troopers goes above the Prestige. Yeah, once again, found the wrong way of getting my pieces in. Because now I at least have this and I'm threatening something. It doesn't work, but I'm threatening it. I don't know, Joe. I feel like to some degree, if you live a life where your physical appearance is a huge part of why you feel valued by others and by society, then if you feel that sort of beginning to fade away as you age, it probably induces some sort of panic. Because I do know people who are, I don't know them anymore. I knew a person who was afraid of aging. And like the physical changes that come with it. And I feel like that would probably be multiplied if your life has been lived with physical appearance being king. That would be my guess, at least. I'm no psychologist. Yeah. Now none of it works. You did a very good job taking all this apart. So yeah, I played the wrong pawn break. I played the wrong pawn break like 4 times in a row. And I lost because of it. Tragic. I feel like I learned a lot from that. I hope you did as well. Yeah, so I think I'm going to have to put... I think I'm definitely going to have to put Starship Troopers below Prestige. Which puts it right at either Edge of Tomorrow, Live Die Repeat, or Gladiator. Okay, where did I put it relative to those? I say, What do I think? That needs to move. Probably here. Or there, I go here. Either way, it's the same idea. I want to get to this square. Knight here doesn't really do anything. I'm threatening f4 in some positions. Although I'm threatening f4 without the knight being on h5. That's not true, because the bishop usually guards f4, so if I ever play f4, you can always play bishop takes if my rook's there. In which case, knight d7, knight c5, or knight d7, knight e5. c5, it doesn't do anything. e5, it doesn't really do anything either. So I'm going to go h5. I remember starting to spend more time in the capital city after living and spending 99.99% of the time in villages and suddenly seeing so many altered faces. I remember seeing my first heavily altered face IRL. It was during a hockey game and she was just one of those seats. In one of those seats a few meters away. When I saw her, I just remember freezing for seconds, feeling so weirded out. And don't get me wrong, I don't judge people on their appearance because that's not something people can choose, but plastic surgeries are a choice. See, I'm having a similar experience. So, beauty standards here are noticeably different than they were where I lived in the US. And so, moving here was especially, but continues to be really odd from that perspective for me. Because there's a lot of things that I just don't get, you know? That just don't make sense. I'm like, wait, you look worse now. You know? What do you mean? So, like, I don't know if you're familiar with, like, the Serbian makeup. It's a little bit stereotypical, but it's very common. Yeah. You see what I mean? Now, we don't have that as much here, especially not like the lip injections. That's not very common around these parts. However, the principle is pretty similar, where it's very, very one color, you know? And like sort of reflective, if that makes sense. And like the entire face, you know? And like, so moving from rural North Carolina, where I'm not going to say few people use makeup, but the people who did use makeup in general, used less of it, and it was like an accent thing, you know? To here, it's really weird because I look at people, I'm like, oh, I meet girls slash women every not every day, but every once in a while, right? And like I'm like, oh, they're pretty. And then I see them like walking through the city at like 10 p.m. in their full makeup, and I'm like, it's just worse. It's a downgrade. You looked great before. Why? You know? And I know people here feel the opposite, right? Because obviously people wouldn't dress up like that if it weren't something that people found attractive, right? Whether them themselves or other people or whatever. Yeah, but like, it's crazy. It's, again, I lived in a more rural area in the US, so I think I'm in a similar spot to you, where it's like, again, I don't have a problem with it. I don't think it's wrong. I don't viscerally get it, you know? I get it from like an intellectual perspective. I understand why, and it doesn't like weird me out in the sense that I think, oh, they shouldn't. It's, you know, it's a cultural thing. Who cares? Right? None of my business. But it's taken some getting used to. Yeah, sorry. I'm actually about to just finish streaming. It's like 11:30, and I have stuff I actually want to do tomorrow. I have plans. Because I'm just that cool of a fella. Yeah, like, I feel the same way, where many times natural is better. Or no, small amounts of makeup is like an accent thing. I like it. Right? But, like, that is a less common opinion in this part of the world, and so it's interesting. All forbidden people above her kept suggesting she gets surgery and lose weight, and even though she's pretty natural, that she wasn't even an adult. Exactly, yeah. No, that's I would say that's a little different. I mean, it's not that different, I guess, because I guess toxic beauty standards are a thing, even if you're not a model, but, like, that's terrible for a bunch of reasons. I hope she's doing okay. That's good. But the unfortunate truth is, I'm sure to some degree, your success is limited if you resist. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but it wouldn't surprise me. So we heard her, she's doing good. That's excellent. Again, it's what you get used to, right? Pardon? Oh yeah, the raids button. They live. They live. Or is it they live? Live and live are spelled the same. Anywho, we're rating Thinker Teacher, because I'm tired. Night, y'all.